So welcome back, everybody. If I could ask everyone here in the room to please take your seats, and we're going to be getting started again just about now. So I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. I hope those of you who are participating virtually were able to take advantage and watch the showcase session that we had for you over the lunch break there. A reminder again that there are, I think, 6 showcase sessions in total, focusing on a variety of different issues which are available alongside all the exhibition stands that we have in on the virtual platform in the on-demand area. So those are available, so please do make sure that you check those out. For those of you here in the room, you can do that using the bottom QR code on the handout that you have. So now on to the first of this afternoon's sessions. As I mentioned before the break, this afternoon we're going to be focusing exclusively on the mid-band frequencies. And we're going to be starting off now with a session that's going to be looking at the 3.5 at the C-band and looking at some of the users and some of the discussions that are taking place in that band. So we have 2 speakers here with us, or I should say a moderator and a panelist here with us, and we also have panelists joining us online. To explain more and to lead the session, I'd like to now hand over to Parvez Farhadl from APT, who is going to be moderating the session. So Parvez, looking forward to it. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon to the delegates who are present here physically, and good day to you all who are attending virtually online. Welcome to this session, number 4 of this 8th Asia Pacific Spectrum Management Conference. I'm Parvez, working as a program officer at Asia Pacific Telecommunity, and will be your moderator for this session. Many thanks for Forum Global for organizing this event in Bangkok and then giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. Actually, this is a good opportunity. After 2.5 years, we are having this kind of physical event in Bangkok. This session title is Striking a Balance, Continued Evolution of 3.5 gigahertz range. So the session focus, as you understand, the C-band, the long-standing issue. Especially, I remember when I started my career at APT in 2004, listening to this debate on the C-band. And still, many of you remember the final days, 2-3 days of the WRC 07, where basically a magical solution was derived at 4 a.m. So that's 15 years already had been passed, and still the issue is on the table for debate and discussion. Technology has evolved. A lower part of the band has been the basis for 5G commercial network in many parts of the world. However, in many parts of Asia-Pacific region, it is intensively used for the satellite services for critical communications. The upper part of 3.5 gigahertz is now being increasingly seen as an option to provide service for 5G vertical users. In this session, basically, we are planning to look into the aspects of how the bandwidth has been released in, how the bands has been released in Asia-Pacific for 5G, putting measures in place to safeguard the satellite services and protect from interference, examine the extent to which the innovative new technologies and licensing models may be able to increase the efficiency of the use of the band, and the best way forward in balancing the needs of all key users in the band. Today, we have an interesting panel setup to focus this issue. The panel is composed of the regulators and a number of industry stakeholders. Among the expert panelists, we have Mr. James Cameron, the authority member, Australian Communications and Media Authority. We have Mr. Mohamed Jouad, Director of Spectrum Policy, Intelsat. We have Eason Chen, Director, Spectrum Asia Pacific GSMA. And also we have Mr. Roger Tong, Vice Chair of the Board of GSOA and CEO of AsiaSat. So among those four panelists, Ishan is joining with us physically and others are joining remotely. So welcome all the panelists. About the session format, just to inform you that first you will be given about 5 to 7 minutes to give your introductory remarks, and after that we'll go for panel discussion and question and answer. Please stick to 5 to 7 minutes. Without further delay, let's begin our work. To set up the session scene, first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Ishan Chen of GSMA for his introductory remark. Ishan, please.
Great, thank you, Paulus. Hope everyone can hear me. Okay. So greetings, everyone, distinguished guests, fellow industry colleagues and participants, both online and here in person. It's a real pleasure to be here in Bangkok myself for the 8th Asia-Pacific Spectrum Management Conference. Before I start, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Dan and the team from Global, and also APT and ITU for their excellent efforts in putting together this event and ensuring the smooth running of activities. So my name is Ishan. I'm the Director of Spectrum Policy for the Asia-Pacific region. I'm from GSMA, and the GSMA is a global organization representing mobile operators and organizations across the mobile ecosystem and adjacent industries. So in my opening remarks, I'd just like to provide a very brief overview of the 3.5 gigahertz band and the important role that it plays in the 5G era. So when we talk about 3.5 gigahertz, we're referring to the frequency range spanning between 3.3 gigahertz to 4.2 gigahertz, as represented by sort of 3GPP band 77 and 78. So these frequencies, as we've heard from many speakers, provide the ideal balance between coverage and capacity and are therefore sort of perfect for the initial phase of 5G deployment around the world. So although we only have 3.4 to 3.6 that's currently being globalized, harmonized globally, in reality, many countries are going beyond this. So in Europe, we have seen 3.4 to 3.8 harmonized for mobile broadband. FCC has been expanding 3.5 gigahertz availability in the US through recent auctions. In the Asia-Pacific, Japan has assigned 700 megahertz in this band for IMT. And at the same time, Australia is also exploring options above 3.7 gigahertz. So clearly, we are only at the very early stage of 5G development. As of the end of 2021, we have more than 180 5G networks that have been launched commercially across 72 countries. So as you see, the network launches by frequency band, while there's a huge variety of bands that are being used to support 5G services, the 3.5 gigahertz is the principal 5G launch band globally, with around sort of at least half the networks that we see relying on this frequency range. And with that comes the benefits of a wider ecosystem, device diversity, also increased competition and lower cost for consumers. And it's also worth noting that amongst the bands that we see here, a lot of them comes from the mid-band spectrum. So 5G will be a major driver for economic growth over this decade and also beyond. In this regard, the 3.5 gigahertz band will be crucial. In the Asia-Pacific region, we see that 5G mid-bands will contribute additional GDP of 285 billion per annum by 2030 and increasing. So the versatility of mid-band spectrum means that benefits are distributed over a range of 5G use cases. While we expect enhanced mobile broadband and fixed wireless access to be the main 5G use cases over this period, there are also sort of other use cases that are emerging, say, for example, ultra-reliable industrial-grade connectivity on private networks, massive IoT involving connectivity for millions of devices and sensors at the same time within a small environment. So in the longer term and looking towards 2025 to 2030, the GSMA estimates an average of 2 gigahertz of mid-band spectrum will be required for each market. And the release of the 3.5 gigahertz band is the key first step in this journey. So when it comes to 5G planning, sufficient spectrum is crucial to boost performance and also to reduce deployment costs. The availability of contiguous spectrum of at least 80 to 100 megahertz for each operator will deliver higher data rates and capacity. It also helps to reduce device complexity and also power consumption and power usage. And more importantly, wider channels help to lower 5G network density. For example, if we reduce the amount of 5G spectrum channels from 100 megahertz to 60, it will mean a corresponding increase in the number of cell sites by around 2/3 to meet the same capacity needs. So we have accessed the sort of cost-saving benefits of additional 5G, 3.5 gigahertz spectrum at a global level, and the results show that having an additional 300 megahertz on top of the baseline of 200 megahertz will help generate 50 billion in terms of cost savings for networks. And ultimately, all this will mean that operators will be able to do more at lower cost, and consumers will benefit from better quality service and more affordable services. So what can policymakers and regulators do? So the successful development of 5G starts with having a clear spectrum roadmap. So the GSMA has just published a new report on spectrum roadmaps for the Asia-Pacific region this week. You can access that at the link that provided. It looks at the status of 5G rollout and spectrum planning across different countries in the region and highlights some of the best practices and steps that need to be taken to enable efficient and effective availability of spectrum. The 3.5 gigahertz is fundamental to the successful development of 5G. So in this band, the extent of incumbent use, satellite fixed services, varies significantly across different countries. And this, we recognize, creates different challenges for regulators. So assessing the current and future usage trend is an important key step in the spectrum planning process. Now, 5G is not a race. Not every country will launch 5G at the same time. So it is important to make the right decisions, taking into account the long-term needs of the users in the band. So a clear 5G spectrum roadmap in that respect will help to ensure sufficient spectrum supply for effective 5G rollout and to allow operators to plan their networks and their 5G investments. And this will help set countries on the right path to secure the maximum socio-economic benefits that 5G can offer. So with that, thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Ethan, to finish it within time and making the scene for the mobile industry. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Roger Tong, CEO of AsiaSat, to set up the scene for the satellite industry. He's joining with us remotely. Mr. Roger, please.
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here today to representing the GSOA in this capacity as the vice chair. Can we go to slide 2, please? Many of you will know GSOA, but since January of this year, we have expanded our reach to all satellite operators globally, and that's why we changed our name to GSOA, Global Satellite Operators Association. Fundamentally, the GSOA structure is the same as before. It remains to be CEO-driven and focuses on strategic issues that promotes common interest at the national, regional, and international and the global level. As you can see from this chart, we have over 29 members representing global satellite operators from all the regions. Next slide, please. With this, I'd like to start to set the stage and clarify some situations first. Now, this is a chart that I took out from the GSMA report in 2021. It shows that in Asia Pacific, there's only a coverage gap of 7%, which means that there's less than 7% of the landmass in Asia Pacific is not covered by mobile operations. But the interesting thing is there's 58% of the people there, they are not connected. Okay, so that big discrepancy is caused by policies and investment and affordability rather than whether spectrum is available or not. Now, the next slide will show you more clearly what I mean by these numbers. Now, if you look at the numbers in here, it shows APAC under 2 lines from the GSMA report. The first one is the developed APAC regions. The second one is the rest of the APAC region. What it does is it shows that by 2025, there will be 67% of the developed APAC region will be covered by 5G and with 213 million connections. Now, for mobile operation, the connection is normally a device, a cell phone or an iPad or a laptop, okay? It does not necessarily represent a household in the general sense of satellite services. But if you look at the rest of APAC, it will only have 8%, and 8% represent 216 million connections. Now, what this report doesn't tell you is there are 4.7 billion citizens in Asia Pacific, and the 5G connections only represent less than 10% of all those people. So what happens to the 4.2 billion citizens? Nobody talks about it. These 4.2 billion people are spread within households that enjoy satellite services from either broadcasting, for media content distribution, or for visa services to their banking networks and so on, okay? It is very clear to me that 5G will not resolve or remove the inequalities and access of information to all citizens. Access to information is not just connectivity by mobile devices. Access to information includes news deliveries, content deliveries, and banking information, and all those that are necessary for the economy to drive. So, in my opinion, the 5G will take a much longer time to become a viable social economic tool. And as Chen has mentioned just now, it will be, right now we're only looking at the roll-up, and we're talking about to 2030. And by that time, I'm pretty sure that 6G will already be started. So it's very interesting that we are looking at the mid-band, the 5G frequencies for a rollout of 5G services, while we are not considering the socio-economic benefit of satellite services that has been providing to this region for the last 30 years. Now, if you go to slide 5, it shows a test case that was being performed in Hong Kong to look at how does a 20 megahertz of channel bandwidth provide 5G services to a cell. And what we can see in here is with a 20 megahertz spectrum, it can only serve 16 devices up to an average of 41 megabits per second at the peak, assuming that all capacity go to one device of 660 megabits per second. So allocating small amount of spectrum to each of the mobile operators to roll out 5G services allows them to initiate the service, but does not allow it to provide the technological, economical, or social benefit, okay? What we talk about all the time is we lump all the benefits together while we segment away the mid-band or the high-frequency band or the low-frequency band. The key issue is to achieve the high rate, the IMT is required, will definitely need much higher frequency band than C-band, and also much smaller cells than C-band. Next slide, please. So if you look at the coverage on what country, the slide is a bit small in here, but if you look at what are the countries that have deployed 5G services, you will see different colors in here. Only Vietnam and Cambodia have offered to provide 5G services in the 3.6 to the 3.8 megahertz band, while the Japan, for example, has decided to rule out the entire C-band for satellite services into the 5G. But what is important in here is what we don't see is the mid-band frequency, the 3.7, originally the 3.4 to 4.2, are used by 80 different C-band satellites over the Asia-Pacific region, and they distribute 3,800 TV channels to over 600 million households in this region. So how is the economics benefit of a satellite services in the mid-band be calculated when it's servicing those who are not affordable to some of those services as well? If you go to the next slide, what I show in here is a test case that's being done in Hong Kong to determine what kind of stay-out zone, okay, or is required for 5G to operate. If you look at it from a coexistence purposes, okay, if it is in-band protection, basically your 5G base stations cannot be 150 kilometers within a satellite station, which means that the stay-out zone is way too big, which means also that in-band coexistence is not possible. Now, what about adjacent band coexistence? Now, adjacent band coexistence is possible if there is a stay-out zone, plus there are mitigation techniques being employed to protect the satellite services. Now, the approaches are being talked about, are well documented. I'm not going to go through it in details in here, but it's important to see that the 5G rollout as an interim is causing significant interruptions to existing services that are provided by satellites to the underserved regions. Now, if I go to the next slide, which is my last slide, we looked at what are the options available for IMT and satellite service to coexist. Now, there are prerequisites for this to happen. The first thing is we need an open platform that allows people to discuss all these issues. An open platform for international, regional, and domestic operations, organizations, associations, regulators to get together. Forums like this, okay? We need willing partners with macro views that looks at social, economical, and environmental sustainability. Not just look at themselves, not just look at each technology, not look at what phase they are in, but the overall sustainability of the industry and the countries itself. Then we need to have sound technical contributions. It's not reasonable to just look at the mid-band is the best for 5G. We also have to look at what is the mid-band best for and how does it deliver value to each country. Okay, not just to a certain industry or certain type of market segment in that industry. The next step is with all this information, with all this forum in place, we need to inform the regulators to make sure that they understand what are the true benefits, what are the interim benefits, what are the long-term sustainable benefits. So to me, there are three options that we can consider for the coexistence of services between IMT and satellite. The first thing we should be looking at is looking at our own backyard and say, are there any spectrum that we can refarm it from 2G and 3G services? Because those systems will be obsolete anyway. So why is the frequency not being reused for 5G services or future 6G services? The second thing is to look at, are there any way that we can share spectrum between MNOs? Rather than auctioning small segment of bandwidth to each MNO, can there be an infrastructure provider that offers virtual services to different MNOs why are the MNOs differentiating themselves on capacity or on coverages rather than on services? So that itself is a significant waste of investment that can be used somewhere else to improve the economy. And the third thing is, what are the true bandwidth and capacity and frequency required for 5G services? And that has to be much higher density millimeter wave area. And that will be the one that delivers the maximum value, not the interim value to the different countries and economies. So thank you very much for your time. And this is my view. Of course, I'm looking at it from a satellite perspective, but I believe our view is more fair, looking at the development of each country as well.
Thanks, Roger, for your well-presented scene. Let us now listen from some of the regulators. So today we have Mr. James Cameron, Honorable Authority Member, SEMA. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Parvez, and thank you to Forum Global for having me at this conference. I think it's a really interesting topic that we're discussing today, and what we've already heard in the first two presentations is a focus on the question, which is the title of the session, Striking a Balance. And for a regulator, reference to striking a balance is particularly resonates as well. Our role is to maximise the benefit to the public, in my case, the Australian public, from the use of spectrum. And this necessarily involves at times making tough judgment calls between the best spectrum mixes and broader regulatory arrangements, including licensing and allocation approaches. In doing so, the term balance, therefore, sometimes is used as a goal or a justification for supporting a certain outcome. But while balance is an admirable objective, what it means in practice depends on perspective. For example, what might look unbalanced from a micro band by band basis may well be more balanced from a wider, more macro spectrum level. So this question of balance between spectrum uses has been a theme throughout the mid-band and the specifically C-band considerations in Australia for many years. And that's what I want to talk about a little bit today. Moving on to the next slide. Before we examine the Australian environment, it's always important to acknowledge the broader global context, as has already been discussed a little bit. As while the right mix of uses and regulation will vary from country to country, there are important global trends that inform these domestic considerations. In the context of 3.4 to 4.2 gigahertz, the picture is reasonably well known at a very high level. The important historical and ongoing use of C-band by fixed satellite service systems, both gateways and ubiquitous services in various countries, importantly because of the global beam coverage and rain fade performance. But an increasing and more recent trend of using the spectrum for broadband, and especially to support 5G as the key initial development band, as part of a broader portfolio of spectrum supporting wireless. I would summarise the trend in many, but perhaps not all parts of the world, as being one where decisions are being made increasingly to support broadband in the use of this band, with corresponding implications for how the band is used for satellite purposes. I also want to use this slide to mention the current terrestrial broadband spectrum picture in Australia across all bands, highlighted by the slide, noting that availability is under various licensing arrangements in geographical areas and in some cases only for some bands. So we've allocated spectrum for IMT in 7, 8 and 900 megahertz, a range of mid-band bands and in the millimetre wave. In addition to this, there are bands available under class licensing, as we call it in Australia, or license or exempt or unlicensed arrangements in a number of areas, including as high as the 66 gigahertz range. Collectively, these bands provide what we consider to be a comprehensive portfolio of spectrum available to deliver wireless broadband in Australia. In mid-band, between 1 and 6 gigahertz, this sees over 820 megahertz of spectrum currently available in various forms, with a further 300 megahertz planned. This will mean that in a few years' time, we can expect over 1,100 megahertz of spectrum to be available mid-band, and we think this compares quite well generally. Moving on to the next slide. But the history of the band in Australia, as is the case with many countries, is reasonably complex. It starts with use of point-to-point and individually licensed fixed satellite earth stations. The nature of these uses mean that coexistence could exist on a shared coordinated basis, noting that satellite use of the band in Australia has not been for uncoordinated, non-individually licensed ubiquitous earth stations. It's meant that C-band FSS earth stations predominantly, though not exclusively, have been used as gateways for the distribution of broadcast content to discrete locations for further reticulation or distribution by other means. In the early 2000s, and in fact in 2000, a broadband use of C-band first came on the scene in Australia, and that's well before 5G or fixed wireless came to people's minds. What we saw was the ACMA auction 100 megahertz of spectrum in the lower part of the band in 2000. And while there have been a number of trades of those licenses over the years and use for different purposes, including fixed wireless, those licenses were renewed again for a further 15 years in 2015. Soon after that, we allocated 75 megahertz of spectrum in 2 blocks to be made available for fixed wireless access uses by our national broadband network, the NBN. And with a focus on spectrum for supporting 5G towards the end of the last decade, the ACMA undertook further planning arrangements that resulted in the allocation of 125 megahertz of spectrum between 3575 and 3700 via spectrum licensing in 2018. At the same time, and importantly in recognition of the increasing impact of the changes on the band on satellite use, a number of earth station protection zones were established where spectrum management arrangements preserve the opportunity for earth station use in specific locations across the country. Over the past few years, our work has focused on 2 main themes: work in conjunction with licensees of the existing spectrum to significantly reduce fragmented license holdings in order to improve technical utility of the spectrum and enable contiguous spectrum holdings, and also to undertake a review of spectrum arrangements between 3.7 and 4.2 gigahertz to determine what changes, if any, are necessary to ensure the best use of that spectrum going forward. This process identified additional spectrum for broadband use, in some cases shared with fixed satellite earth stations, and with the outcomes of that to be achieved over the next couple of years. This has resulted in a fairly complex set of spectrum arrangements that varies geographically across Australia. To illustrate this complexity, I'll move on to the next slide. I've put up a diagram which summarises our existing arrangements in the band from the work we've done over the last 5 years or so. I don't expect anyone to look in too much detail here. There's quite a lot going on, and it's hard to interpret, not least of which because of the complicated geographical differences. But what I'd like you to take away, though, is that the picture is a complex one that's led to, in some cases, some inefficiencies. The current environment is a function of multiple activities over many years that I just described. While each have delivered rational outcomes that made sense given the immediate circumstances, they collectively now are less than optimal. This view has been formed based on our experiences in the band demonstrating or confirming a range of spectrum management challenges. And looking around the world, those challenges are reasonably common, if not universal, for regulators globally. The first of these is the broad decisions on what spectrum use should be supported for spectrum management objectives. The classic question of judgment between balance of uses that makes most sense. Clearly, there's been a global trend towards more use of the band by wireless broadband that has only increased with the advent of 5G and the role mid-band spectrum has and continues to play in its early rollout. That said, C-band spectrum continues to play an important role for different approaches adopted globally in terms of if and how satellite services are continued to be supported. But this inter-service balance is just one of the questions Australia and other regulators must address, others being a balance of use cases within the broader umbrella of wireless broadband. These come by various names, but for our purposes, we've identified 3 categories and use the following terminology. Wide area wireless broadband, local area wireless broadband, and private networks and enterprise applications. Wide area wireless broadband applications providing public services are generally used over large network deployment, often contiguous geographical areas, such as those traditionally undertaken by MNOs or our national broadband network. Local area wireless broadband applications are defined by those providers who often provide smaller fixed services over local geographic areas, and then private or enterprise networks for very localized use. Local area and private broadband network users often benefit from increased flexibility in geographical access to spectrum to tailor their services, and licenses issued over the counter are usually preferred to auctions because of the specific nature of these service requirements. And it's this difference in optimal planning and licensing and allocation approaches that forces us to make additional questions of balance. Once these broad choices are made, there are a range of technical coexistence and regulatory choices that need to be addressed between wireless broadband and satellite, as we've already heard, different wireless use cases where tools such as uplink, downlink synchronization may not be available or optimal, and of course, coexistence with out-of-band services such as radio altimeters. I do want to note that in at least two of these scenarios, receiver performance, especially in respect to front-end selectivity, are key factors in the coexistence outcomes. And while the importance of receiver performance has been well known to spectrum users for a number of years, there is still more work to be done. And I note that the FCC has recently commenced a proceeding on receiver performance and its role in optimizing coexistence. And the Radio Equipment Directive in Europe has acknowledged the important role that procedures play as well. Overall, we're trying to get the most out of the spectrum, and that's challenging when choices have been made to extract the greatest amount of utility from spectrum users by multiple services rather than picking a single winner. Efforts to maximise utility often breeds complexity, a paradigm that spectrum regulators must be alert to. Moving on to the final slide. While the previous slide showed where we are now in Australia, there is an opportunity to step back and revisit the overall picture and whether it makes sense in light of the comments that I've made about complexity. And we do think there's an opportunity to simplify the plan while still keeping the true broad spirit of the choices we've made. Again, please don't focus on the detail of the diagram, but hopefully you can see the broad context of what the approach is. Basically consolidating where we can in terms of geographical and spectrum arrangements in order to reduce but not remove coexistence issues at the boundaries and provided greater spectrum opportunities for available use. I think that's an important challenge, and certainly that's the focus we've got over the next couple of years. And for this reason, the long-term detail picture remains a work in progress. We're working towards an allocation of spectrum in remote areas in mid-22, followed by other allocations for the remaining spectrum in 2023. I will leave it there. Thank you, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. James, for a well-presented view, the regulatory approach for balancing the needs of the users. Last but all, in the panel, we have Mr. Mohamed Jawad, who is the Director of Spectrum Policy, Intelsat. The floor is yours, Mr. Mohamed.
Thank you, Chairman, and greetings to all of you. Unfortunately, we're not there physically, but I hope in spirit and hopefully in the next meeting. It's an honor to be here once again and be invited to the 8th Asia Pacific Spectrum Management. My name is Mohamed Jawad. I represent Intelsat. It's fair to say Intelsat has, by and large, the largest exposure to C-band. So I hope you have a message that we can convey to you that you can listen to. Next slide, please. I can start really going through the overview. We can go through the next slide, please. So really, just an overview from the backdrop of WRC 19. There was a good reason after that conference, Region 3 did not assign an agenda item in C-band above 3.6 gigahertz, looking for yet more IMT spectrum. Recognizing, we believe that C-band is the most efficient, reliable, and economic medium for distribution services such as media content, with over 80 plus C-band satellites serving Asia alone, providing over 3,800 number of TV channels and generating an annual revenue of 56 billion. It's fair to say the industry in C-band for the satellite has been growing and yet to grow. It has been used for decades by the satellite industry, and for sure there is and ownership in some sort of that spectrum because of the utilization over the number of years. Next slide, please. When we talk about 5G spectrum, we are always focusing on C-band. In fact, WRC after WRC, we have focused a lot on this band. And it seems now we have reached an impasse where fundamentally, when you go above 3.6, as you saw in the previous slides, the global situation becomes fragmented. Therefore, we cannot have a wholesale approach beyond 3.6 globally. We need to have a balanced way of thinking when looking at spectrum bands. For example, the sub 1 gigahertz, i.e. the 700 megahertz, have accounted for 20% of mobile operators using the spectrum. Then we have the mid-band spectrum, the 2.5 or the 3.5, which stops at 3.6, by the way, where today mobile base stations can provide throughputs of hundreds of megabits per second. And what about the 3.3 to 3.4 gigahertz, where a number of Asia countries are adding their names to the footnote? And you can see that in the diagram, all the red countries are countries who have added their names for the footnote to use the 3.3.3.4. And that has widely been unused in Asia, and it represents core mid-band mobile spectrum with better propagation characteristics and less contentious sharing environment with existing services. And also there is the 4.5 gigahertz. And here you have some administrations, and you can see in Asia, looking at the spectrum. So there are alternatives than undermining the satellite core band that has been used for decades. And of course, there is the high millimeter wave bands, where a single operator today can deploy 5G services in the 26 gigahertz to provide high capacity demand, whilst the rural and the coverage aspect can be served by looking at bands below 1 gigahertz. So a balanced approach is definitely needed, and we need to cater for wide geographical areas with ultra high speed capacity. And governments and regulators must also ensure they prioritize their mobile broadband policy above revenue maximization when awarding new spectrum. And success isn't just about allocating new spectrum bands. Next slide, please. This cannot be better presented than when you compare the situation of FSS usage around the world. For example, in Europe, they've considered C-band for 5G up to 3.8, primarily because today the FSS usage in that part of the world is limited to B2B services or business-to-business services. The same is true in Japan or in United States and in Australia. Next slide, please. Just click the animation. In other words, these are large teleports in well-known locations and can be protected if the right measures are in place to protect these teleports. If you click the next slide, please. However, the same cannot be said for Africa or Asia or Latin America. Apologies, I have a diagram here of Africa, but the same is true for Asia, where C-band usage is for ubiquitous terminals, mostly in unknown locations or B2C, business to consumer. And therefore, developing mitigation measures to protect them is impossible. One size does not fit all, and every region is different, and regulators need to be mindful of this. Next slide, please. And when you look at the notion that every MNO, we've heard that needs 100 megahertz really to be developing 5G, this notion really needs to be challenged because it has been used as a pretext for more and more spectrum in bands which remain to this day used extensively by the satellite industry. For example, Ofcom has done a study which actually debunked the notion that 5G needs 100 megahertz. Sure, it is desirable, but it's not actually necessary. In the diagram here on the right-hand side, you can see the bottom red line shows with just 40 megahertz of non-contiguous bandwidth, MNOs can reach up to 770 megabits per second. So it is really not always absolutely needed, this amount of spectrum to deliver 5G. Next slide, please. Furthermore, when you look at spectrum proceedings and auctions from across the globe, we don't see MNOs rushing to acquire 100 megahertz. Sure, it is desirable, but as evidence show, it is not necessary. For example, some MNOs launch 5G with just 50 megahertz, and countries across the world who have 4 MNOs do not acquire 400 megahertz, and so on. Next slide, please. And when it comes to Asia in particular, evidence has shown, if you click the next slide, please. There should be an animation. There we go. This purple box here in the middle, sorry if it's too small, but if you look at it carefully, it shows that at the ITU level, it showed that there is an available amount of bandwidth up to 1,500 megahertz, of which 915 megahertz has been harmonized for IMT. Yet only 549 megahertz of that was licensed. So there are still around 50% of spectrum still available that needs to be licensed. And just recently, we understand India, one of the largest mobile markets in the world, has actually looking to stop at 3.67. So less than 400 megahertz is going to go for India. And that's a big populated country with a large consumer market. Next slide, please. So mobile connectivity challenges is not in Asia is not caused by spectrum shortage. It is infrastructure, affordability, and coverage. And we need to have a balanced approach. And one thing that needs to be carefully looked at is when you look at auctions of 300 or less, they have typically realized higher revenue than auctions have gone for more 400 or more amount of bandwidth. And there are also alternatives, such as mentioned by Mr. Roger Tong, that refarming 2G and 3G spectrum is an option, or sharing spectrum amongst MNOs, or looking at high millimeter waves. So the need to balance the supply and demand is very important. Next slide, please. I have 2 more slides. But if administrations are still considering to go to maybe up 3.6 gigahertz like India, then the right mitigation measures need to be in place, since mobile operators' signals can interfere with the satellite in 2 fundamental ways. It can saturate the NMB of the Earth station, or the out-of-band emissions of the mobile signals can cause in-band interference to the FSS. And there are mitigation measures such as ensuring there is a frequency separation or a guard band, so that a filter can be installed on the NMB of the satellite Earth station. And also the out-of-band emits. This is an important topic. Next slide, please. That needs to be looked at. Next one as well, where the out-of-band emissions need to be mitigated by having either a frequency separation or reducing the power levels of the 5G base station, or even registration of the satellite Earth station, because in the receive side, the satellite Earth station do not require a registration. And therefore, they have been the unsung heroes. Nobody knows how much there are deployed. And you really need to register them so you can start protecting them. And I think that's a policy that regulators need to be looking at. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. So with all of this said, my final thoughts is that the reality of the current and future use of C-band must guide regulators' decision, so that mobile connectivity challenges in Asia is not caused by just spectrum shortage, as I said earlier. It is rather by lack of infrastructure, affordability, and coverage. And there are alternatives to reach a win-win approach. So if administrations still decide to deploy 5G, they need to be aware of the following: that the emissions in band need to be protected. The 5G emissions in the adjacent part of the satellite need to also be looked at by having mitigation measures such as a guard band, and also reducing the out-of-band emission levels. And Intelsat, we welcome an open dialogue with regulators. If you need to reach us or we need to discuss with you how you can implement these mitigation measures, then we look forward to doing that. But we stress that there is a win-win approach and a balanced approach by looking at alternative spectrums, not just the mid-band in C-band. Thank you very much for listening to me.
We have now listened to the introductory remarks from all our 4 panelists. It is good to know their views to initiate the discussion. Please feel free to ask questions to the panelists. So let us, first of all, let me ask some questions, and then maybe we have received a number of questions already from our virtual delegates. Also, if those who are attending here, if you are interested to ask any question, please raise your hand and feel free. I think I see Mr. Scott is raising hand. Mr. Scott? Microphone, please, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Parvez. Look, I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and perhaps then some of the other panelists can make some comments. I was, I suppose, pretty surprised about the Intelsat presentation there. You know, my real take on 5G is that we really do need to allocate spectrum in larger contiguous blocks. And, you know, what we've seen, and maybe that was an early Ofcom view, but you now have a whole process in the UK of actually allowing operators to create those larger contiguous blocks of spectrum in subsequent auctions. So maybe the panelists could talk on that. But I think generally, you know, what we see in 3.5, what we see in the future with 6 gigahertz, is really a need to have larger contiguous blocks to ensure competition. And I think in this sector, we really do need to remind ourselves that one of the great benefits of mobile services over the last 20 years has been that the competition has generated very good outcomes for consumers. And if we don't have the sufficient spectrum in the mid-band, we're not going to be able to continue to have the quality of services that we expect. So it's more of a comment, but it's also a question, and maybe others can also add in on what Ofcom and other countries have done. I do think the start of competition, you can start with less, but over time you can add more to that spectrum pool to create those larger contiguous blocks of spectrum. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. Mohamed, do you like to say something?
Yes, if you don't mind. Thank you, Scott, for the question. It's a great question. Indeed, I'm not going to disagree that it's desirable if you want to have more spectrum. Everybody wants to have spectrum. It's always desirable for us. If we can have more bandwidth, we can provide more services. But there is always a balance that needs to be struck. How much more spectrum is really needed? The Ofcom study was quite interesting because they actually showed with TDD technology, you can aggregate different frequencies from different bands to deploy 5G services. But for sure, that you could say that's just a study. Let's look at the auction proceedings. All the auction proceedings around the world, where it's the MNOs, not the vendors. The vendors and the manufacturers have been saying that you need 80 to 100 megahertz of spectrum, but it's the MNOs that are going to utilize that spectrum. They are the ones who are paying for that. And they don't actually acquire 100 megahertz or 80 megahertz. Maybe Korea and Japan might have done that, but around the world, it is not being replicated in the auction proceedings, where you have a large population and maybe 4 or 5 MNOs in the country. They have not rushed to purchase 100 megahertz. So this need to do it is desirable, but it's not always necessary. And the alternative is that you will kill and destroy another fundamental industry that has been using that spectrum for decades. And that's where really the theme of this session is about a balanced approach. And if I may just add 2 points that we've been led to believe about 5G by the manufacturing industry or the vendors who produce the RF component. One is that C-band is the sweet spot between capacity and coverage. And we're not seeing that any longer. In fact, even at the ITU studies, when we're looking at the sharing studies, they're not considering rural, remote areas because they say, well, 5G is not going to be deployed in the metropolitan area, in the rural areas in C-band. Their focus is going to be in the metropolitan areas. And this notion that more bandwidth means smaller, less base stations, well, it's basically another way of saying that by the manufacturing industries that give us more bandwidth so that we can deploy 5G more cheaper from our maximizing our revenue. So it's not always one-sided story. There has to be a balance, and that's what the regulators have to be considering. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mohamed. I just noticed in your presentation you mentioned that the real-world experience 5G doesn't require 100 megahertz per operator, mentioning the study of Ofcom. Is it a myth or the reality? So anyone would like to comment on that?
Sure, I can, yeah, just add. So with regards to first the Ofcom study, it's important to note that the model that they used, Ofcom used to generate the results was based on a single user throughput. Now, when we're talking about 5G deployment and we're talking about 5G deployment for 5G public networks, in reality, we're going to be serving a lot of customers and users in dense urban environments. So that is where the 100 megahertz will come into its own in terms of providing that sort of capacity simultaneously for, hundreds, thousands of users within a sort of dense urban environment. So that's important to note. And also in terms of what Ofcom have done subsequently is to make available more spectrum in 3.6 to 3.8, and which we have ended up in a situation in the UK where each operator does have access to at least 80 megahertz of 5G spectrum in the 3.5 gigahertz band, where they can then aggregate to provide the services that they need to roll out 5G. So in terms of sort of looking at some of the challenges in some of the countries and looking at sort of issues on affordability, that is really critical. Yes, in terms of, having the 100 megahertz will help reduce the number of cell sites, and that is really important for 5G in terms of creating that sort of affordability of services to users in terms of quality and also pricing. So we are thinking about, and we're looking forward to sort of 2025 to 2030, and that's where sort of demand is really going to ramp up. So, and that's where it's really important. We know that 5G will require a lot more sites. So for mobile operators, that is a huge investment. So to really get it off to the best possible start, you really need the sort of bandwidth to support that and to really sort of make sure that the incentives are there for operators to do the rollout properly.
I'd like to make a point, though, and I think it's important for us not to forget a lot of these studies are done by high GDP countries, okay? If you look at Asia Pacific, Chen, what you're talking about is it allows the mobile operators to be motivated to invest in equipment. Now, looking at the developed countries, a mobile phone is being replaced maximum of 2 to 3 years, okay? Now, these are the people who have. Now, what about those people who have not, right? Now, the satellite services have been providing ubiquitous service to large regions where we serve the underserved or where we serve those who are not served. Mohammed has a slide that shows that the satellite revenue for 2021 is 56 billion. Now, in your slide, you show that the 5G benefit in 2021 is 56 billion. Now, how do you translate Mohammed's 56 billion of revenue into economics benefit? Now, nobody has challenged, nobody has developed that before. But I'd like to ask the GSMA group, when you calculate your $56 billion of benefit, how much of that is actual real revenue? So I do think that we need to look at it much broader and not look at it from a developed economy standpoint, but look at it as a region in Asia Pacific, where we are not quite there yet compared to North America, Australia, or Europe. A lot of people depend on the traditional broadcasting, TV services for education content or for information. And that is severely being disrupted by the affordables that consumes the unaffordables' right for information access. And that, I believe, as a regulator, that has to be discussed in more detail.
Sure. Do you like? Sure. Yeah. Thanks. Just let me sort of respond briefly to the point about looking at the socio-economic benefits. That is very important. So, in terms of looking from the regulator's perspective, if we're thinking about allocation decisions, so you need to look at different use cases and what are the services they provide, and what sort of technologies are able to provide them. So we're looking at if we're thinking about TV services, there are alternative technologies that are available. A lot of people have smartphones these days. They might not be the latest smartphones that support 5G, which is why 4G continues to be very important and will be with us into 2030s. So that is changing. So I would like to sort of mention the case example in Brazil, whereby they recently sort of released C-band spectrum, a 3.5 gigahertz spectrum. They faced the decision, the regulator faced the decision of having to think about what to do with existing sort of TVROs, FSS sort of users, ubiquitous FSS use in the band. And they took the decision looking at sort of the longer term future trends in terms of usage of these services, whereby it's declining year on year, to make the decision to migrate some of these services to the KU band, for example, for TVROs. And that allowed sort of, a quicker sort of implementation of 3.5 to release a bit more 3.5 for the 5G use cases. So it is different in every country, which is why I emphasize it is important for governments and regulators to understand the long-term sort of usage trends for different services in their country so that they can assess what are the sort of benefits and what are the services that still require the spectrum going forward and what is the highest value use of the spectrum.
Well, I
Thank you,
agree with
Ishan.
that.
We have some
the thing is,
question from the floor, from virtual delegates. The question is, SCMA has a very pragmatic approach, a good example for others giving consideration to existing established user, but trying to balance on future developments. What is the panel view on this? So it's basically the SCMA's approach, step-by-step approach to looking at the future. So any panelist would like to take this? Mohamed.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, one thing I omitted from mentioning in my presentation, which is quite important, in terms of as a company, as also as an industry, the satellite industry is moving in a role to have an important role to play with 5G. So whilst we're talking about the balanced approach, it's important to recognize that we're also seeing that there is a benefit in playing a role in delivering core 5G services. Today, satellite industry provides a lot of the cellular backhaul to MNOs. That's not well, heard of in day-to-day life, but a lot of the MNOs base stations in remote areas are delivered through backhauling via satellite. In the future, they will be able to deliver core 5G backhauling as well. So we're working in 3GPP in the release 17 and release 18 in the future, where the non-terrestrial networks, i.e. satellite technology, will play a role in 5G and the future technology. So we're not saying anything to prevent 5G from happening, because we actually want it to happen, because we have an interested benefit there. All we're saying is there needs to be a balanced approach that regulators have to be mindful of, because spectrum is a rare resource. And this notion that you can migrate, the media distribution to other frequency bands, as we've heard in, like, for example, in KU. Well, the media industry, which is a huge industry, TV channels that provide thousands of entertainment to citizens across the Asia Pacific region, fundamentally rely on C-band because it is one of the most reliable frequencies in terms of propagation characteristics inherently in that frequency spectrum. And that's why we have been using it for decades. And it is very, very difficult to migrate into other frequencies which has the same quality of service. And I just want to add another point. In terms of the future, we're all on the phones, we're all on the mobile laptops, but guess what? We're all connected on unlicensed technology, which is Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi is actually growing and yet to grow. And there is this mixture of IMT, terrestrial, R-land, Wi-Fi, and satellite that regulators need to be mindful of and consider all of them in a way that's adequate. We believe in our message that is a win-win in terms of how much spectrum can be allocated to each of these technologies. Thank you.
James, do you like to say something? Yep.
Thank you, Hafez. And look, that wasn't a placed question or comment from the ACMA, but certainly I think a lot of the discussion that's been had so far does highlight a couple of common points. There's been an acknowledgement here that each country has to address its own circumstances based on its historical use of spectrum, the scenario, the policy objectives that the government might have in terms of delivering connectivity, in terms of delivering innovation, in terms of promoting competition, and also needing to have a process which is clear and transparent. And I think that's been the important focus that we have had at the ACMA, which is to ensure that as far as possible, the sorts of debates that we've just had, some of which have been very relevant in the Australian environment, and others because of our, in this particular band, lack of use of the band for ubiquitous services have been less relevant. But what's been very important is to have processes of the regulators' deliberations on these issues where we've been clear about our objectives, we've been clear about the qualitative and quantitative information we've brought to bear to make the decisions we've had, and we've, as far as possible, and increasingly seek to look at these sorts of issues not just from the specific band by band question, but from as wider perspective as possible. And so some of the observations that have been made about the potential for other lower or higher frequency bands to be complementary or substitutable for some of the requirements in C-band, some of the issues associated with how much spectrum is actually involved is highly dependent on the particular needs of industry, individual operators, their market position, the economics for them of trading off spectrum access to technology investment or network densification, the portfolio that they may have in a different set of ranges. So what I did just want to comment on is the importance of these sorts of discussions and debates being had in a transparent way with as much information on the table. It takes time. It's often complex, and the final decisions are often still contentious, but at least there's some clarity for industry and for the regulator about how the positions have been reached.
Yeah, thank you, James. I think we have 6 minutes left, and we have a lot of questions actually in my hand as well, and from the delegates as well. Anyone have any question from this floor who are attending here? No? Okay, so I have received another question. I understand that 3.5 gigahertz band is one of the most potential bands for 5G IMT, but there are satellite users in the band. So in the case of coexistence of these two services, in order to ensure to be no interference, what would be the recommended guard band and the separation distance? Actually, yeah, this is a very important question. Actually, I also having some kind of questions about the coexistence, and we have heard from Roger that in-band is impossible, and then also the adjacent band, you need a lot of mitigation technique. So first of all, I would start asking James, what could be the regulatory approach to allow the coexistence, or is it possible, and what could be the regulatory measures for the coexistence actually?
Thank you, Parvez. Look, I think it's difficult to provide a specific answer which will be consistent across all markets. I've mentioned a couple of times in the Australian environment, we don't use C-band for ubiquitous uncoordinated earth stations. We have an environment where there are an identified number of licensed and coordinated services, and in that environment, a coexistence arrangements are possible. We are proposing a model which provides for exclusive access of 4 to 4.2 for FSS and point-to-point services. Between 3.8 and 4 are coordinated shared primary access for both wireless broadband and coordinated earth stations. And below that, more exclusive use for IMT. We have the potential to do that because of the environment we have, and coming up with the parameters for that coexistence is an important part of the planning process we undertake. We have for all of our planning processes, we undertake technical liaison group exercises which involve all interested parties from which we can draw a range of studies that are both undertaken by industry and by the regulator and by regulators around the world, and come to decisions about those sorts of issues. Having said that, it is fair to say that there will be some circumstances in which coexistence is at the very least highly challenging, or if not not possible, because of the uncoordinated nature of at least the FSS side of the services. So I don't want to give a single specific answer, but it's certainly the case that we need to think as much as possible about how we can maximise the use of the spectrum, look at coexistent arrangements from a solutioneering perspective, and as I did mention in my presentation, at least in some circumstances, we need to think about receiver performance as much as transmitter performance as part of the mix of getting the best possible outcomes.
So anyone else in the panel?
Sure.
Well, I can speak a little bit about this one as well.
Just a moment, Mr. Roger. I think we have.
Yep. No, I just want to quickly add to comment from James in terms of the importance of receiver performance. And in terms of looking at guard band in particular, so that is quite important in terms of what sort of performance the FSS receivers are equipped with. So in terms of looking at the sort of guard bands, the GSMA has done a study in the past that looked at what sort of guard band should be needed, would be needed, and we've come up with a sort of figure of 18 megahertz of spectrum. We know across the world the amount of guard band that being considered varies quite significantly. We would not consider 100 megahertz to be appropriate because this is really valuable spectrum we're talking about in the 3.5 megahertz, 3.5 gigahertz band. So in terms of different examples, and we've seen countries in sort of in North America using 20 megahertz of spectrum. In Singapore, for example, they initially looked at 100 but reduced that to 50, and I don't believe there have been any coexistence issues encountered. So it's very important to sort of, from the regulator's perspective, to look at what are the sort of receiver characteristics, and there are various mitigation options that could be undertaken from both sides in terms of the satellite receivers and also in terms of IMT deployment to try and make more efficient use of this very scarce band.
Yeah, thank you, Ishan. Roger, please go ahead.
Well, I agree with him, with Mr. Chan, that the coexistence has to be looked at very carefully. Now, it is easy for us on paper to say we should stop at 3.6, or we should stop at 3.8, or we should have 80 megahertz of guard band or 18 megahertz of guard band. But in reality, the microwave or the hardware doesn't behave like a brick wall. They always have roll-offs. Now, the problem with satellite receiver stations is a lot of the C-band satellite systems out there have been deployed 10, 15 years ago, when things are more relaxed and there are less requirements for interference coming into the satellite receiving band. So we can look at theoretically what can be done, what is needed, but in practice, how do you equip the existing hardware with the right filtering equipment to ensure that they can be filtering off the adjacent band interference from the 5G station? Now, the other thing that we also need to look at is mobile stations tend to be deployed in very large numbers, hundreds and thousands of base stations when they are all released. And the design and the stability of these equipment are far less than satellites. So it is very easy for faulty equipment in the 5G base station to be emitting emissions or out-of-band interferences into the satellite band that are unintentional, but wipe out the satellite services. So when we come to equipment specifications on who should be filtering, I believe the responsibility has to be on both sides. The ground terminals for the satellite receiver have to be upgraded, and somehow the regulators or people have to pay for those upgrades. And the other part is the 5G stations also need to have stringent requirements on their out-of-band emissions. Otherwise,
Roger, we are over time, so can you conclude?
Okay, otherwise our 18, 20, 50 megahertz guard band is only a theoretical analysis.
Yeah, thank you. So actually we are now over time, and then actually this is a long-standing issue and we need a lot of time to discuss that kind of controversial issue. So thank you all the panelists for interesting discussion, and then we go for the next session. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Parvez, and thank you to all of our panelists for another excellent session. And yeah, Parvez, as you mentioned, we could have carried on for that for a lot longer, but yeah, more to be discussed in future anyway. So we're going to do a quick moderator switch here now. I know, Yishen, you're staying here because you're going to be speaking again in the next session, but I'm now joined on the stage by Amit Nagpal from Ether Consulting, who is going to be moderating our next session. And the next session is continuing the focus on mid-band frequencies, and we're going to be moving up a little bit in the frequency ranges and talking about the 6 gigahertz band. So again, a band that there's lots of discussion going on about at the moment, so really looking forward to this session. So Amit, I will pass over to you to introduce our speakers and to take things from here. Over to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dan. And it's a pleasure to be here. And as everybody said, it's very nice to be doing a sort of in-person conference again. And very much look forward to seeing the people who can't make it here today at future occasions. So yes, Dan, as you mentioned, we're talking about another very important frequency band, the 6 gigahertz band. And, you know, as those who have been involved in the conference throughout the day will be aware that this topic has come up several times now. So really it's an opportunity to drill into more detail on this topic. And, you know, as we've heard, it's an extremely important band in that there's a lot of interest in this spectrum for use for both IMT and unlicensed uses such as Wi-Fi. And of course, we have existing users in this spectrum, the fixed sat service, fixed links, and the satellite service, the fixed satellite service as well. Very important existing uses. So really, how can we enable the spectrum to be used for all these different uses? And it'll be very interesting to hear the views of the panelists on this. And we have a good mix of panel members. We have 3 regulators to give us their perspectives. We have a representative of the mobile industry, Yishen, who is already on stage and speaking in person. And we also have a representative from the chip manufacturer to essentially make the case for Wi-Fi's use of the 6 gigahertz band. And we'll follow a sort of similar theme to the other sessions in that what we'll do is I will ask each of the speakers to take 5 to 7 minutes to make some introductory remarks. And then after that, we will essentially move on to an open discussion. So please do submit your questions online. And also I'll be looking out to the audience, of course, to see if there are any questions there. So let's move straight on to our first speaker, who is speaking to us online virtually. It's Chenda Thong, who is the chairman of the Telecoms Regulator of Cambodia. Very lucky to have such a senior person from the regulator joining us today, so thank you very much for doing that. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amit. So, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great honor and pleasure for me to attend the 8th Asia Pacific Spectrum Management Conference. I would like to share with all of you Cambodia's view on 6 gigahertz frequency bands. The new generation of mobile communication technology and ecosystem empowered by 5G is booming. That accelerates transformation across many industries and brings profound social economic benefit. The spectrum is fundamental resource and core element for 5G. In Cambodia, a long-term plan in terms of 5G spectrum roadmap and development target has been defined. In Cambodia, the frequency band range from 850 MHz to 2.6 GHz are allocated to IMT with a total bandwidth of 544.8 MHz. The mobile communication is heavily relied on more than 16 million Cambodians. This can be found from the current data consuming in Cambodia, which is now 33 gigabit per user per month. This is far beyond the ITU forecast, which is 12 gigabit in 2022. Data consuming in Cambodia is among the highest in APT region and will grow fast continuously. It is foreseen that the growth rate of mobile broadband connections in Cambodia to 2025 will be 27%. We are also noticed that study from GSMA forecast which more mid-band spectrum is needed for 5G. To address the challenges of the long-term growth in data consumption and spectrum demands, 6 GHz band is the best candidate band for us. The incumbent service at 6 GHz bands in Cambodia is fixed service. That means microwave link. Most of upper part of 6 GHz, 6425, 7425 MHz band is not occupied by fixed service. Among the range overlapped with upper part of 6 GHz bands, only a very small portion, 14 MHz from 7110 to 7125 MHz is used by fixed service. In general, incumbent services won't be barrier to 5G technology on 6 GHz bands, with a very small part occupied by fixed service. If we take a global look to see other opinions on 6 GHz band, we found that some countries in our region, for example, China and Japan, supported 6 GHz band for IMT. Other regions such as ATU, Africa, and RCC has formed a positive view on 6 GHz band for IMT. It is optimistic about 6 GHz band to be identified as IMT spectrum because organization, country drive this process regionally and globally. In summary, 5G full service development is the key to enable digital Cambodia. Apart from 3.5 GHz band, Cambodia considers 6 GHz band as another important band for IMT. At WRC 19, Cambodia has submitted contribution to support IMT identification in the frequency band 5975, 7125 MHz, or part thereof for the future development of IMT. In WRC 23, Cambodia will continue supporting the 6 GHz band for IMT. And we are happy to see that 3GPP already starts the standards for 6 GHz band for IMT. To achieve harmonization on 6 GHz band, it is suggested that APAC countries consider reserving 6425, 7425 MHz for IMT. Thank you.
On Cambodia's position, so thank you very much for that. Okay, let's move to our second regulator. We move to Tom Wickstrom, who is the Special Advisor with Traficom in Finland. So over to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be with you here in the Asia Pacific Spectrum Management Conference. Thank you for having me. I would like to present some views on the evolution of the 6 GHz band as we see it from our perspective in Finland. First of all, I would like to present some facts about our country. We are a sparsely populated country with about roughly 5.5 million people. 42% of Finns live in the 10 biggest cities that cover only less than 4% of the whole geographical area of Finland. Today, 5G networks cover more than 80% of the Finnish households. Last year, 56 gigabytes of data was transferred in Finnish mobile networks. If you divide that per person, the whole amount per person living in Finland. So every single person in Finland used 56 gigabytes of data. People in Finland rely heavily on mobile networks as 43% of Finnish households only use mobile connections. These households are commonly equipped with mobile routers with wireless local area access points for connection to mobile 4G and 5G networks. These routers use frequency bands in the 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz range, as well as in the lower 6 gigahertz range that was harmonized by the European Commission last year. To provide sufficient capacity for the rapidly increasing amount of mobile data in urban and suburban areas, operators are currently expanding their 5G networks in the 3.6 gigahertz frequency range. However, we feel that the amount of current mid-range frequencies may not be sufficient in the long run for 5G or for the introduction of 6G networks. Therefore, we need to look into the future and consider some additional mid-range frequency bands to cater for the rapidly increasing amount of data in these urban and suburban areas. One possible solution in the long run is to consider the possibilities given to us by WRC 23, Agenda Item 1.2. In other words, to consider whether it would be possible to use frequencies within the band 6425 to 7125 MHz for IMT systems. Now, currently, of course, the band in Finland is not empty. Today, we use the whole band, the whole frequency range extensively for fixed links. And we have roughly 1,000 fixed links hops in operation at the moment throughout the country. We have not made any decision yet to change the current use of this frequency range. If and when we make a decision, we need to take into account the fact that licenses for these fixed links are usually valid for a period up to 6 years. We also have access within this band to the geostationary satellite orbital resource in the plan contained in RR Appendix 30B. However, this resource is not in use. Since we use the whole band extensively for fixed service for a number of years to come, we are in no immediate hurry to change the regulatory environment. However, we have some indications from the fixed link users that in the long run, they may be able to vacate this frequency band, for example, when the current equipment comes to the end of its life cycle. Therefore, taking into account that the geographical spread of population we have in Finland and the continuously increasing amount of data in the mobile networks, the indications from ongoing coexistence studies between IMT systems and existing primary services, as well as the indications from our current users, we consider that there would be a good opportunity to refarm the national use within this frequency band to enable IMT use, starting from the most densely populated areas. This IMT use should not preclude the use of fixed links in rural areas where there would be less demand for capacity in IMT networks. Therefore, we support IMT identification in the band 6425 to 7125 MHz or parts thereof, and we keep a close eye on the coexistence studies conducted under WRC 23 Agenda Item 1.2 to be able to decide on the future of this band in the upcoming WRC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. I think, again, you've given us a very good indication of Finland's position here, so really appreciate that. Okay, let's move on to our third regulator. I'm very pleased to introduce Abdulaziz Al-Juaid, who is a senior specialist with the CITC, the Saudi Arabian regulator. And obviously Saudi Arabia has reached a view on how it's using the 6 GHz spectrum, and we'll all be very interested to hear both the decision it's made and the reasons behind that. So over to you, Abdulaziz.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Hi, this is Abdulaziz Al-Juaid. It is my pleasure to participate in this session. I'll present an overview on how Saudi Arabia enabling the Wi-Fi 6 in the band, the Wi-Fi in the 6 GHz band. CITC has announced The release of 1200 megahertz and 6 gigahertz for the use of Wi-Fi technology in CITC Spectrum Outlook in 2021. This release is an outcome of the following reasons: meeting the demands of Wi-Fi spectrum, mobile data of traffic offload, and the economical impact of Wi-Fi. As we see since 2009, there is no additional spectrum assigned for the Wi-Fi. According to Cisco, the number of connected devices will be increased to Wi-Fi will be increased to 29 billion device, which is 59% increase compared to 2018. CITC has strong engagement and collaboration with all stakeholders, leading to the decision to make the entire 6 gigahertz band available for the license-exempt users. At the beginning of 2021, CITC has published the Spectrum Outlook and have reviewed the response from the consultation of 19 countries. Then state the Spectrum Outlook in the second quarter of 2021. After that, CITC published public consultation for drafted WLAN regulators in the third quarter of the 2021. And last quarter, CITC state the WLAN regulations. CITC is already looking ahead to the future by fast-tracking the process of allocating additional spectrum in order to fulfill the market needs, and will continue to facilitate the access of the spectrum to meet connectivity. As the Wi-Fi is one of the enablers is one of the enablers of the new the promising technologies, we already assigned this band for Wi-Fi. There is according to Wi-Fi Alliance, there is some countries adopted the full band for Wi-Fi, such as Saudi Arabia and South Korea and USA, and the others considering to adopt the full band for Wi-Fi, such as Australia, and some of Middle East countries. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, you've finished?
Yes, okay.
Great. In that case, let's move on to our next speaker then. So we've now heard from 3 regulators where they stand. We're now going to hear from the industry. And to start us off, we're going to hear from the sort of mobile industry side. And Yishen Chan, who is speaking, I believe, in this session on behalf of the GSM Association, as well as Huawei, Ericsson, and Nokia, my understanding. So the floor is yours, and tell us about the mobile industry perspective.
Great. Thanks, Amit. Okay. So hello again, everyone. Greetings. Good afternoon. So I'm here today just to present on the sort of views of the GSMA, and as Amit mentioned, our fellow industry stakeholders, Ericsson, Huawei, Nokia, and ZTE, on this very important and timely topic of the 6 gigahertz band. So can I have my slides? Oops, just go back. Yep, there we go. Okay. Yep. So as we've heard in the previous sessions, we know that 5G will be a major driver of economic growth over the rest of this decade. So last year, the GSMA published a 5G vision for 2030, following a study that we carried out to understand the mid-band spectrum needs that will need to enable the expansion of 5G over the rest of this decade. The findings are that on average, 2 gigahertz of mid-band spectrum will be needed by 2030 to fully meet the needs of IMT 2020 in terms of the user experience of 100 megabits per second in the downlink and 50 megabits per second in the uplink to reach the vision of 5G services. Without this, the 5G vision will be constrained and will be challenging to meet that requirements. Now, network densification is challenging in a lot of densely populated cities, and we know the difficulties in reducing inter-site distance between sites for mobile networks. And even where it's possible to do so, it is very challenging from the investment and the cost perspective, and also there are implications in terms of environmental aspects. That is why we need sufficient spectrum in the mid-bands. And for fixed wireless access, more mid-band spectrum improves the economics of service provision. It allows operators to support larger number of premises with more reliable, high-quality broadband services at affordable prices. And this is really important when we start thinking about broadband provision in suburban and rural areas where we need to think about the changes to our digital lives as we emerge from the pandemic. So now, where is this 2 gigahertz of mid-band spectrum likely to come from? We know that in Asia-Pacific region today, there's on average around 800 megahertz of mid-band spectrum that's been allocated to IMT. Now, in reality, assignments have been lagging in some countries, and so the picture is a bit more mixed. Now, so even with more 3.5 gigahertz spectrum and with emerging bands in 4.8 gigahertz, there is still going to be a shortfall to the 2 gigahertz that we need. So that then brings us to the 6 gigahertz band, where there's potentially up to 1,200 megahertz of capacity that's available. So why is the 6 gigahertz band a good match for 5G expansion? Although 5G is still in its early stages and initial deployments, as I have mentioned in previous session, have focused on the 3.5 gigahertz band, we need to start thinking now about how we address the full range of 5G applications going forward. Now, 6G is the clear option for 5G expansion over the next decade. So this band represents the largest single block of remaining mid-band spectrum that could be assigned potentially for IMT use. In many countries in the APAC region, regulators are facing difficulties in releasing sufficient spectrum in 3.5 gigahertz. So 6 gigahertz brings similar advantages in terms of coverage and capacity, and also the ability to support large contiguous blocks of spectrum for multiple operators. 6 gigahertz has wide support across the mobile industry. So around 90% of mobile operators see the 6 gigahertz band as high priority for 5G expansion for future needs. And 3GPP standardization work has started on this band earlier this year, and this is expected to be completed by the end of the year. And this represents a major step towards the development of the 6 gigahertz ecosystem for IMT. Now, demand and benefits, as I mentioned, are driven by use cases such as enhanced mobile broadband, fixed wireless access, and also going forward massive IoT mission-critical industrial services. So as we move into the mainstream with 5G deployment over 2025-2030, 6 gigahertz will be integral to meeting the needs of these applications. So now we know that IMT 5G is not the only potential use for this important band. Unlicensed use, for example, Wi-Fi, is also a possibility. Considerations on the optimal approach for managing spectrum are currently at the forefront of a lot of debate that we see around this band. So when making decisions on future spectrum allocation, it is important for regulators and governments to carefully consider the demand for different technologies. What are the range of the use cases that each technology supports, their technical capabilities, and also changes in consumer trends as 5G becomes more mainstream. So the GSMA Intelligence has recently conducted a cost-benefit analysis, trying to look objectively at different allocation scenarios for the 6 gigahertz band and what this means in terms of delivering social economic benefits. So the study that we've done looked at 3 allocation scenarios in terms of either the entire 6 gigahertz for licensed use, the whole band for unlicensed use, scenario 2, or a split between licensed and unlicensed use in the band. And we also consider scenarios in terms of the fixed broadband capabilities and also with or without 60 gigahertz for Wi-Fi applications. Now, the results show that none of the cases that we considered led to the finding that scenario 2, where all the spectrum is allocated for unlicensed use, is the optimal allocation for the markets that we've considered. So there's a lot more detail in the report that was published, and I won't go into them here, but for those of you that's interested, we do have a showcase session, so please do check it out in terms of the study results and the assumptions that we make. So a second phase of the study is underway. We're looking at more countries in the Asia-Pacific region, and some of the initial results are shown here. So the key findings that we see are sort of excess spectrum for license exam assignments comes at a cost to economic growth in all the countries that we considered. So really, to sort of make most use of unlicensed spectrum, you really need sort of fixed broadband speeds of upwards of 10 gigahertz in terms of fiber connectivity. So fully licensed 6 gigahertz for IMT is actually the best option in markets with less sort of extensive fiber to the home connections. So just quickly in summary, we believe that a balanced approach to 6 gigahertz band is needed. So countries will need an average of 2 gigahertz of mid-band 5G spectrum by 2030, which is challenging without 6 gigahertz. Now, licensing 5G and 6 gigahertz band will help drive sort of lower network densification and drive down costs, and also help reduce the sort of broadband usage gap. 6 gigahertz capacity is important to ensuring sort of 5G through digital inclusion and affordable connectivity. So countries should therefore consider at least the upper 6 gigahertz band to be made available for licensed 5G use. As for the lower 6 gigahertz band, this should be considered either for licensed or unlicensed exam use on a technology-neutral basis, depending on the specific needs of each country. So thank you very much, and I look forward to further discussion.
Great. Thank you very much, Yishen, for presenting the mobile industry's perspective there. So we move on to our final speaker. I'm very pleased to introduce Chris Szymanski, who is Director of Product Marketing and Technology Strategy with Broadcom. And Chris is going to be making the case, I think, for making a large allocation of spectrum to Wi-Fi or to unlicensed use in this band. So over to you, Chris.
Exactly, and thank you for inviting me here today. If you could move into my presentation, thanks. So first, let me start off, next slide, by giving you a little bit of background on Broadcom. Our perspective is obviously based upon where we sit in the market. So if you could move on to the next slide, please. So Broadcom is aptly named. We participate in a large swath of segments within the market. And so we span the data center, broadband, wireless, and industrial and automotive. We make products for cellular, the filters that go into 5G and LTE. We make products for Wi-Fi. Products for broadband, etc. So if you'd move on to the next slide. Broadcom is connecting everything. Over 99% of all internet traffic crosses at least one of our chips, whether that is in the subscriber area or in the backhaul, long haul, access, or metro. So it doesn't matter if we're talking in the operator or in the customer premises. We're analyzing data needs, and this has informed our perspective on the 6 gigahertz band. Next slide, please. So first, what are the broadband trends? Well, fiber is all the rage, and it provides the best connectivity in terms of backhaul, whether it's for RLANs or for 5G. Eventually, all data goes into the ground. But in addition, we've seen huge advancements in DOCSIS technologies. In DOCSIS 4.0, Comcast in the United States has already tested speeds of symmetric uplink and downlink of 4 gigabits per second. So the trend that we see is greater investment, whether that investment is to enable IMT, Wi-Fi, or it's just fixed. we see investments going up to 10 gigabits per second. Wireless speeds need to keep up. Next slide. So we see 6 gigahertz as the perfect complement to broadband. It is especially designed for gigabit broadband and immersive wireless applications. And the way we see this is that countries that enable 500 megahertz, countries that do not enable any spectrum in the 6 gigahertz band are going to be unserved as it relates to wireless broadband, especially indoors. Countries that only enable 500 megahertz are going to be underserved. The primary reason for this is the number of non-overlapping channels that are available in the 6 gigahertz band. Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 was specially designed for wide non-overlapping channels. 1480 megahertz channels is needed in a dense urban environment such as a stadium. If you have too few channels, there's way too much spectral overlap and you have less fractional airtime percentage. As it relates to the typical enterprise installation, you typically need 7 non-overlapping channels, and so you get 7 160 megahertz channels. And in residences, most of the time you need 3 to make a market, and we'll have 320 megahertz channels. Next slide, please. So what's happening to date? What is this thing about RLANs and Wi-Fi 6E? Well, the very first country to move forward on 6 gigahertz was the United States, roughly, well, almost exactly 2 years ago. In just 2 years, we have nearly 200 full band Wi-Fi 6E products that have already been released. All of these products are capable of operating over the entire 6 gigahertz band. This means that countries that only enable 500 megahertz, firmware and other limitations will have to be put into the devices, impairing the use of that device, making it more costly to serve those markets. So an impaired device, more costly to serve the market. Next slide, please. So what are we looking at in terms of global momentum? Well, 63% of global GDP is designated 6 gigahertz for RLANs. 31% of GDP is designated the full band. 10% of the world's GDP is considering the full band, and 25% of the world's GDP is still studying the full band. And that's extremely important because scale is everything when it comes to producing semiconductors. In short, you are never going to have global harmonization for IMT, irrespective of what any one country or any one region does, given the decisions that have already been made, which is going to increase costs for serving IMT in the upper part of the band. Next slide, please. And that brings me to a recent announcement that Broadcom's made. So we have just introduced a full ecosystem of Wi-Fi 7 products, which adds fantastic enhancements in terms of capabilities above and beyond Wi-Fi 6E. Next slide, please. So we've introduced 1 client device chip, 2 access point chips for the residential market, and 2 access point chips for the enterprise market. We've already demonstrated 5
Oh dear, it looks like we may have... Chris?
These channels.
Chris, you're kind of fading in and out at the moment. We're struggling to hear you. Oh dear. Okay, let's move on. If we can get Chris back, we can get him to complete his remarks. But in the meantime, I'll move on to a sort of let's move on to sort of some of the open discussion. Let's start on the mobile side. I'll start with the question. I mean, one sort of big issue that was sort of being talked about is how we share with the incumbent uses. And I think one point we've heard, perhaps in some of the earlier sessions as well, is that Wi-Fi is a better sharer with some of the incumbent uses, particularly satellite, compared to IMT. Now, I know there's a number of studies that are taking place at the moment in the build-up for WRC 23 to look at the sharing, in particular with satellite. and whether IMT would be compatible with satellite. And by IMT here, I mean kind of, outdoor use on the macro cell rather than sort of low power indoor use, which is really what we need for this band to be particularly useful for IMT. So I wondered, could any of the regulators or maybe even Yishen comment on the latest information from those studies? I mean, they may not be completed yet, but are there any insights yet onto whether it is feasible for IMT and satellite to coexist in this spectrum? Would one of the regulators like to start? I don't know if Chenda or Tom, you could comment on this. Chenda, I think looks like you're on mute at the moment.
Excuse me. So, your question, please, again, please.
Sorry, my question was, I understand there are some sharing studies at the moment which are taking place, which are looking at to the extent to which IMT can operate in this band, given the satellite use and given it's an uplink band, so you kind of get the aggregate interference from all the mobile base stations going into the satellites. So I know there's studies going on. I wondered if you were aware of the status of those studies, and is there any information? Because we're having this big debate about IMT versus Wi-Fi. It may just be that IMT is not even possible. It may solve itself. So I wondered if you had any information on this.
Okay, thank you. So the coexistence between incumbent and Wi-Fi user is clearly visible. The reason is that there are around 60 countries adopting the Wi-Fi usage in the 6 gigahertz band, either the entire 1,200 megahertz or the lower part, 500 megahertz of the band. And some other countries are in the process of opening the lower part of 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. Also, there are general recommendations that for the unlicensed use of indoor devices, the maximum mean output power, EIOP effective, isotropic radiated power is restricted to 23 dBm, or for very low power outdoor devices, with the maximum mean output power for 14 dBm, 25 millimeter wave. In short, the unlicensed use of 6 gigahertz band has more flexibility to make the coexistence feasible with the incumbent use. The coexistence between the incumbent and IMT user is hard to say, since the ITU studies on this matter has not come to light. However, one way to make the coexistence between the incumbent and IMT user feasible to adopt active antenna system with beamforming, massive MIMO, and other way is the adoption of latest and most accurate clutter loss, building in tree loss and propagation models. Furthermore, the coexistence between fixed satellite services, FSS, uplink, and IMT is a global issue, not just the APAC region. Therefore, the study and recommendation from ITU is in respect the coexistence is crucial. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't know the results of the studies yet, but it sounds like your feeling is that there will, it sounds like there could be a solution there. Okay, great. Tom, I don't know if you have anything to add on this, or Yishen, if you have anything to add on this, or.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, actually, last week, ITUR, Working Party 5D, had an interim spectrum meeting where the issue of coexistence was considered, and the report from the ITU was further developed. However, the work is still ongoing, and there's no clear indications what the final results will be. There are studies that show compatibility, that the compatibility is, or the sharing is possible. And there are also studies that show that there is no compatibility and sharing is not possible between the satellite and the IMT. So the situation is that the work is still ongoing, and the ITUR Working Party 5D will have its next meeting, full meeting, in June this year. So we will see how it develops. But Finland is seeing the situation in a positive view from the IMT perspective, that there would be a possibility for coexistence and sharing within this band for IMT and the satellite service. Thank you.
Thank you. Yushin, I don't know if you have anything to add on this.
Nothing new, but just to mention that, yeah, we know that coexistence is always very, very challenging, as we have experienced with 3.5. And it is something that we're prepared to sort of work together and resolve this, because this is, as I mentioned, is a hugely important frequency band from the sort of IMT and future development of 5G. So this is something that we will have to keep an eye on and keep working towards.
Great, thank you. Chris, it's good to have you back.
Yes, thank you.
Would you like to take 2 to 3 minutes just to finish your remarks?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, and appreciate your sufferance here. I don't know what happened. So if we could go back to my presentation, next slide, please. So these chips have been introduced and demoed, and Wi-Fi 7 is going to greatly improve the KPIs well beyond even those that were achieved with Wi-Fi 6E in terms of network capacity, improving worst case latency, enabling AR/VR, and even providing higher transmit power than what is capable right now with LPI. If you'd move to the next slide, please. So Wi-Fi 7 for the home, it's really all about the trends for greater energy efficiency within the home. It's really hard to get signals inside the home or residence, especially in deep enterprise buildings. And so one of the things that Wi-Fi 7 is doing is adding multi-link redundancy and providing multiple access points to provide better coverage and give you end-to-end broadband. Next slide. We do not see 6 gigahertz as being practical for outdoor IMT 2020, 2030, or 2040. Number one, wireless throughput decreases and latency increases as your wireless signal attenuates. The world is going green, focusing on reducing carbon footprint and energy efficiency. As you do that, the greater the energy efficiency, whether it's energy efficient glass or other materials, it obstructs cellular signals. People are spending more than 90% of their times indoors. This is where the bulk of internet traffic is generated. So at any point in time, you roughly have 10% of the global population outdoors, which means there isn't that much demand at any one time outdoors. Outdoor IMT cannot achieve high throughput and low latency indoors without operating at extremely high powers, which is going to make coexistence with FS and FSS extremely challenging. We do not see how you meet those KPIs at Broadcom. Next slide. And this is just a visualization of what I'm talking about. So every year, to meet environmental standards, energy efficiency standards for buildings increase. Today, the estimate is that 30% of buildings are energy efficient and 70% are traditional. What is the mix going to look like in 2030? Well, with this type of mix, you're talking about a signal attenuation of about 100 times less once you hit the barrier of the home or enterprise. And that's not even including going deep, deep, deep into a building. So as wireless signal attenuates, throughput decreases and latency increases. This is why in 3GPP, they developed the 5G NRU standard, and why you have Wi-Fi. So you can effectively serve these indoor markets without providing a virtual monopoly to an operator in order to serve a building and to allow for greater spectral reuse inside buildings. Next slide, please. And I think final slide. So why the full band? Well, number one, equipment in the market is already designated to operate over the entire band. 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi is the perfect complement to broadband. Wi-Fi 7 is going to work most efficiently if the whole band is allocated, and we truly believe alternatives are speculative. It's like saying, well, the screwdriver isn't working very well, it works like a hammer, but maybe if you give us more spectrum, it'll work better like a screwdriver. Thanks.
I'm very glad you managed to join us back and complete your remarks. That's great. Okay, so thank you to all the other speakers as well. I forgot to say that earlier. Very great to get all those introductory remarks. So we'll continue with questions, and I'm going to start with a question that's coming up online. But please, with the audience here, just be ready to put your hands up. Great, okay, I'll come to you after my first online question. Okay, so it's a question for Abdulaziz at the CITC. And the question is, since the CITC has made the whole 1200 megahertz of spectrum available for unlicensed use, where will the CITC find additional mid-band spectrum for IMT? And this is a question from Stefan Zaley from Colliago.
Regarding this question, as the Kingdom is one of the leader countries in the amount of spectrum assigned for IMT, the sub-6 GHz band. Here, CITC, we are looking to say the 6 GHz spectrum as a great opportunity to balance the large amount of IMT spectrum with Wi-Fi spectrum. Meanwhile, increasing the unlicensed spectrum will help to offload some traffic from IMT networks and enrich the access to internet inside buildings. So balancing IMT and Wi-Fi will increase and enhance the end user experience. And there is already there is some there is IMT spectrum assigned in the sub 6 gigahertz band, which is published in the.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's also worth, adding that I know the CITC has made quite a lot of spectrum, mid-band spectrum already available. We've had the 2.3, the 2.6, and the 3.5, quite a big chunk of 3.5 gigahertz spectrum. And of course, you're planning to auction spectrum in the 3.8 to 4.0 gigahertz band. So you are already making a lot of mid-band spectrum available compared to perhaps many of the countries we're talking here in the Asia Pacific region. Okay, Scott, I think you had a good. I should say, Scott, just obviously people are sort of coming in and out of the online session, so maybe introduce yourself and your organisation first.
Scott Minahan from Windsor Place Consulting. Just a couple of comments and then maybe a question back to Abdulaziz. I think the issues that we've heard about are really need to be customised. And when I look at the Saudi experience, they've allocated, I think already, 500 megahertz of 3.5 gigahertz, plus they've allocated 2.3, they've allocated all of the 2.6 to all of those services. And that's very different than we have in most parts of Asia Pacific. And I think that's the challenge that, one of the comments that I've made in many of the forums that I've spoke on is that we need to have this balance in this region and have a customised approach, because we just don't have the spectrum in the low band because we haven't made the second digital dividend, and we don't have all of the spectrum that we would like to have available in C-band, to allocate for those services. So I suppose to some of the panelists, and I think the world has changed a little bit post-Ukraine. The 4.7 is a real NATO band. So if we don't allocate, say, 700 megahertz in 6 gigahertz to IMT services, how do we meet the demand? There are very few options, and I think that's where we should start this process and looking at the 6 gigahertz from that perspective. So I don't know whether people have got different views, but I'd like to hear what are the other alternatives if we don't do that and to meet the demands that we have on mobile networks.
Okay, well, I'm going to push that one actually first of all onto the proponents for making the whole spectrum available for Wi-Fi. How do you think? I mean, if we start with Broadcom. I mean, obviously, as you presented, Chris, you have a hat in the mobile pie as well as the Wi-Fi pie, of course. So of course you want to also see mobile. Broadcom wants to see mobile succeeding as well. Do you have any suggestions for alternative bands for this region?
Well, I think it all depends on how you define the problem. If the problem is I want to provide coverage using outdoor base stations without looking at a mix of small cells and the different technologies, then it's going to be very challenging. This is why the industry and 3GPP works so hard to integrate NRU and Wi-Fi as a native radio access technology into the 5G core network. This is a problem that's well understood. But if we're saying that the only way to do this is through a licensed IMT allocation, what does that bode for IMT 2030 or 2040? We're going to stop printing spectrum. There's only so much. So what you've got to look at is where do you need the data? Is it indoor or outdoor? Is it best done under a sort of sharing technique, or is it best done via exclusive mobile license? And I think regulators and the industry need to work together on this. But without using unlicensed technologies and integrating it into the core network, I think you're going to have a challenge in some locations.
Okay. Abdulaziz, do you want to comment on this at all, or?
I think Chris already covered my point. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to throw that one over to the mobile industry then. So maybe Yishen, I mean, any thoughts on what the alternatives are?
Yeah, thanks, Amit. As I mentioned in the previous session, so having a roadmap is important because it then gives operators and the industry on all sides timing to sort of think about the future, what it represents, what are the needs, and then how much spectrum is required. Now we said 2 gigahertz is important and is needed. In terms of the timing that of different bands that we're looking at, if insufficient 3.5 gigahertz band is made available in the short run, then you need to start thinking because you need to take a holistic approach towards mid-band spectrum. These are, I won't say directly substitutable, but these serve the same purposes from the mobile industry's perspective. They can deliver the sort of similar capacity, similar coverage, and we need to think about them and start planning for them today and looking forward to a sort of 5 to 10 year cycle in terms of availability. That should help us and also give us a view to when you think about refarming spectrum and how much spectrum can be refarmed, and that sort of gives us an idea of how much will be needed in the longer run.
And just another question I've had which sort of relates to this alternative bands point. So I've had a question from Richard Womersley from LS Telecom, which he basically asks, does demand for the 6 gigahertz spectrum from the IMT industry indicate that it is now realized that millimeter wave is largely unviable for mobile services? Again, I'll pass someone to you, Yishen, in the first instance, and then I'll go back to some of the regulators.
Yeah. Sure. So as many of my colleagues have also mentioned earlier, 5G needs a good mix of different frequency bands. So we need low bands, we need mid bands, and we also need millimeter wave for high bands. Now, in the sort of millimeter wave frequencies, yes, there are some challenges in terms of trying to use that for enhanced mobile broadband, obviously given the constraints in terms of cost of actually doing it, which is why we sort of have turned to mid-band. But at the same time, millimeter wave ecosystem is developing. We're looking at new use cases for these frequencies, and also we're working together with different stakeholders across industry verticals to try and make use of these frequencies more efficiently. It is taking time, and there will be sort of innovations coming on board and experimentation. Some will succeed, some might not. But that is definitely, millimeter wave is still an important part of 5G and will be going forwards. Yeah.
Thank you. Chender and Tom, I don't know if you want to add to those points at all. Chender? I think you're on mute again.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 gigahertz is a good alternative to provide the required mid-band spectrum for 5G indeed. There are several reasons, such as 6 gigahertz band can provide a good balance between coverage and capacity and support large contiguous blocks, 700 megahertz, and the upper band, upper part, 6425, 7125 megahertz. There are wide supports from the industry to the 6 gigahertz bands, and it is a high priority band and for most mobile operators and vendors. In addition, 3GPP has started their standardization work on the use of 6 gigahertz for the 5G, and the completion of the study is expected this year. There are growing demands for the fixed wireless access, enhanced mobile broadband, and smart cities. Therefore, 5G in the 6 gigahertz band has the capacity to ensure that the demand can be met with affordable connectivity. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Chender, we've sort of had a related question in relation to, I think some of the audience interpreted some of your remarks about early opening remarks that you were suggesting the whole range of the 5925 to 7125 would be made available for IMT. And the questions essentially said that because most countries are only thinking about the upper part of the band for IMT, how will, that there could therefore, it could only be Cambodia or a very limited number of countries, that are looking to make the whole band available for IMT. So how will Cambodia benefit from equipment economies of scale for the lower part of the band, and won't the equipment be very expensive? So Chenda, I don't know if you can comment on that and maybe clarify, are you arguing for Cambodia to allocate the, are you looking for Cambodia to allocate the whole band for IMT or part of the band? Chenda?
Yes,
You're on mute.
at the moment, we don't have any allocation yet because we are drafting the sub-legislation on the frequency allocation. So our technical team or the TRCS, the whole team is studying on it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to put a couple of questions, just in the interest of time. I'm going to fire a series of questions off together, and then we'll go around and collect them. So, Chris, this is one for you, first of all. It says, at Broadcom, you mentioned the stadium example to explain the need for more spectrum for Wi-Fi, but why would people not connect via 5G, which in contrast to Wi-Fi offers mobility, and using 5G there is no need to log on to a local Wi-Fi network? So I'll come to you in a moment for that one. We also have a question about the 6 gigahertz band is currently heavily used by fixed services globally, like mobile network operators, data backhaul, public services, etc. Has the GSMA done any studies on coexistence with these incumbents? And this is from Xin Tang from HPE. So I'll come back to you there, Yishen, on that. And then we have a question, by far the greatest number of people on Earth live in countries where fixed broadband is not and will not be widely available. These countries cannot benefit from more Wi-Fi spectrum, but could benefit from more spectrum from IMT 5G. Could decisions be driven by the needs of individual countries? And related to that, I have a sort of similar question, which is, does there need to be a harmonized approach across the region where the whole region agrees one particular approach? Or can individual countries within the region make their own decisions? Because ultimately, as long as you follow some sort of common decision across the world, the economies of scale will be there. So those three questions. Chris, do you want to go first on the one for Broadcom?
Yeah, just briefly, economics drive everything. And so what you're going to have is in Stadia deployments, a lot of the time it's most cost effective to do offloading onto Wi-Fi. In fact, a vast percentage of mobile traffic is offloaded onto Wi-Fi. And so you're going to continue to see that trend continue and increase in the world of 5G. They're complementary technologies. It's not either or. So the way we see this is that you're going to have technologies such as Passpoint and others that automatically authenticate you. And if you're a 5G user and you're SIM-based, will be authenticated and be offloaded onto various networks, Wi-Fi networks. In addition, there's going to be power consumption benefits. And based upon the high density of use, if you're trying to provision this for 4 or 5 carriers, 3 carriers, you would need to have 3-4x the amount of spectrum in order to service these users. Small cells, and when we talk about, neutral host, Wi-Fi, 5G NRU, these are the original neutral hosts. This is how you most cost effectively serve dense locations like Stadia. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Yishen, could you comment on the question for the GSMA?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the sort of fixed service and the sort of fixed links in the 6 gigahertz band, I think the situation would vary across different countries. So the needs of fixed links and sort of microwave backhaul is evolving, and we're seeing the sort of obviously the need for larger sort of bandwidth and channel bandwidths for backhaul. So that is, a lot of that will come from actually the higher frequency bands. So in terms of demand for this, a lot of it actually is serving sort of our members and our needs in terms of mobile operators. So there is actually the opportunity to think about, flexible self-management of this spectrum if it's sort of block licensed by for 6 gigahertz use by mobile users. So that's a potential option there, and also other potential options we think about migration in the longer run in terms of depending on needs.
Thank you. And in terms of the sort of harmonization point, do we need a harmonized regional approach, or can individual countries take their own decision? Who would like to comment on that? Would anybody like to comment on that? Quite sure. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, once again, for the semiconductor and the equipment providers, scale is everything. And so a successful chip for Broadcom is over 500 million units. Some of our chips are 900 million units. All of that allows us to drive the costs down and make it more affordable. And so if you have a hodgepodge of requirements, regulatory requirements and allocations, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to design a product at a cost-effective price point.
Anyone want to comment on the mobile side? Chender, are you putting your hand up there, I think? Or is it just interference on the screen? I'm not sure. Chender, do you want to say something, or?
Again, please. Question, please.
So it's just in relation to whether individual countries in the region can make their own decision, or the region has to make a common decision.
Excuse me. So I think the region has to make the common decision on that.
Okay, great. Okay, we're running out of time, so I'm going to pose one final question that has come in from the online audience. So the question is a complementary deployment approach for 6 gigahertz viable where Wi-Fi 7 uses 6 gigahertz for in-building use, whereas you then use IMT for outdoor use? And the additional point is this could mean a need to allocate a certain segment of 6 gigahertz as licensed for IMT and the other segment as unlicensed for Wi-Fi 7. And that comes from Emmanuel Estrada from Globe Telecom. Just related to that, maybe I could also sort of ask a related question, which is, I was also sort of wondering, do we need to have this sort of IMT Wi-Fi one or the other debate? And is there something in between? And I'm particularly thinking that when you look at the distribution of traffic on mobile networks, there's a big difference. You have some cell sites which have to carry a lot of traffic and are very busy, and you have some cell sites that are not so busy. On the cell sites that are not so busy, you don't need to deploy the frequency bands. On the cell sites that are very busy, you want to deploy every single frequency band that you've got. So what I wondered was, could this be one of those bands you basically say, you know what, this can be deployed by mobile operators, but only on their busiest sites, on those where you really need it. And in the rest of the geographic areas, it could then be used for Wi-Fi. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, if you like. I wonder if there's some sort of solution like that, so it doesn't have to be one or the other. So sort of going back to the more general question, does it have to be one or the other, or is there some sort of solution that can mix things? Would anyone like to comment on any of this? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it really largely depends on what problem you're trying to solve. It's not clear to me what problem you'd be solving outdoor with an IMT 6 gigahertz designation. The propagation is very poor with respect to non-line of sight versus 3 gigahertz. And so where are you going to need that throughput and capability for outdoor? There could be some tension in Wi-Fi or NRU interacting with IMT and vice versa. And all of that interaction, that friction is going to lead to reduction in KPIs, which would basically make it very, very difficult to enable 5G or 6G services. I mean, when we talk about these networks, it's all about meeting a capability. If you have friction between these technologies and it adds to latency or reduced throughput, then you're really reducing the value of the band. But first, I think it's important to understand what problem people are trying to solve. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I could put this over to the mobile industry. I don't know if you can comment, Yushin, on the value of 6 gigahertz.
Sure. So in terms of the solution or the proposed solution that you mentioned, I think it's interesting, but also depending on what the use cases and needs are. Because if you think about what the requirements for unlicensed use is in places where it's sort of less dense or more rural, then I don't think in terms of there is a need for 1200 megahertz of extra unlicensed spectrum in that respect because there is more than sufficient in terms of the demand there. So if we're talking about 5G and we're talking about 5G midband, which is we're looking at sort of citywide deployment, and that's where it really comes into play and sort of is important to drive the social economic benefits of it. So it's not a zero-sum game. Wi-Fi and also IMT use is actually complementary in many different respects. So I think we do sort of need to take a balanced approach, and different countries need to sort of look closer at in terms of what is their communications infrastructure, what are the spectrum that they have, and what are the individual needs before committing to the particular solution for this band.
Great, thank you. I would love to bring more speakers and more questions in, but I'm afraid we are very much out of time here. So I just really want to thank all the panel members. I think you've made some great contributions. It's been a very interesting discussion. And I know we talked about that a session on the 6 gigahertz at the last conference. I have a feeling we're going to have this session again at the next couple of conferences. There's a lot of open issues and a lot of topics to discuss here. But thank you very much to everyone, and thank you to the audience as well, including the online audience, for your great questions. And over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you to you as well for, as ever, expertly moderating that session. I know we're working you hard as well, so you'll be back for the next session too, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. So Yishen, thanks to you as well.
Great.
And to all of our virtual panelists as well. Really do appreciate that, and sorry again that we are having to cut the discussion short, because lots more could have been said. But we are now having to have a break, so we're going to have a break for around about 20 minutes or so. We'll be back in here at around about 4:25, if we could try and be back here for 4:25. And then we're going to have the last session of the day. We've looked at the 3.5, we looked at the 6 gigahertz band. In the last session, we're going to be looking at the other mid-band frequencies and looking at the other options that we have for 5G in those bands. Thanks, Amit. Thanks to all of our panelists. As I said, break for 20 minutes, and we'll see you all back here again shortly. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everybody. And if I could ask everyone here in the room to once again take your seats. Thank you. And welcome again to everyone joining us for this last session of the day online on the virtual platform as well. So as I said just before the break, we've already had 2 sessions focusing on 2 of the key mid-band frequencies, on the 3.5 and the 6 gigahertz frequencies. And we're now going to look a bit more broadly across the mid-band ranges and look at the situation across those. So again, we have an excellent panel with us to discuss those issues, both here in person and some joining us online as well. And delighted to again have Amit here moderating and leading the session. So Amit, I'll once again pass over to you and looking forward to the discussions.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Dan. So yes, as you mentioned, we have this very interesting session looking at other mid-band spectrum opportunities. And I think this really kind of divides into sort of two types of spectrum. One is other bands that have been identified, perhaps even already being used and allocated and used for older mobile technologies. So, you know, this may include things like the 2.3 gigahertz band, the 2.5 gigahertz band, and so on. But also, what are the new completely new bands can we make available? And I think in some of the previous sessions, we've started to talk about the 4.5 to 5 gigahertz band as well. So I think it'll be interesting to do this sort of exploration of how we can make the most of what has already been allocated and identified, and how we can, and also finding these new frequency bands for use here. So as Dan mentioned, we have a good panel again. This time, 4 panel members. We'll have 2 regulators, 1 equipment manufacturer, and 1 operator in the session today. And as before, sort of common to most of these sessions in the conference, we'll invite each of the speakers to make some opening remarks for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll have an open discussion, and it would be great to bring in questions from the audience, both the audience here, so I encourage the audience here, put your hands up as the question session is ongoing so that I know there are questions from the audience, and also questions online, and we'll bring those into the discussion later on. But first of all, we'll go to the presentations of each of the panel members, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Wee Ha Long, the Deputy Director of Policy with the Authority of Radio Frequency Management in Vietnam. And you're here in person. Thank you very much for coming along, and it's over to you. I don't know whether you want to present there or here, but over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, at first I would like to thank Amit for your introduction, and I also express my sincere to Forum Global to inviting me to this great event on spectrum management for Asia Pacific region. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And in this session, we would like to share our observation on how the Asia Pacific country get in perspective of some mid-band spectrum for 5G. So next slide, please. Yes, I would like to make some summary on the already identified spectrum for IMT in the mid-band. And we can see that some global band, I made it in yellow, and some regional or country-specific band in white. And we have some plenty of spectrum for mid-band, which already identified for IMT. And we can heard this morning by ITUR Director, Mr. Mario Menowicz, that number of bands in mid-band are not being well utilized to adapt the spectrum need of 5G. Let's say, for example, the 1.5 or L band, and also the extension or expansion of 2.1 spectrum, and also some portion of C-band, for example, 3.3 to 4.2, and also 4.4 to 5 gigahertz band. So next slide, please. Yes, when we look at the development of 5G in mid-band around the world, at first we look at the ecosystem. The mid-band is a very good ecosystem in 5G, and we can see that the top 5 of support band are mid-band for 5G. And for the deployment, we see some advanced deployment in mid-band, for example, for C-band and also for 2.1 and for 2.6. So next slide, please. So now I would like to get more deep in some specific band. The first band is 1.5. I bring here the current situation in Asia Pacific. We see that this the global IMT band still 2015. And we already have 3 frequency arrangement for this band to implement the IMT, but so far in this Asia Pacific region, we do not have our final decision on which way to go. And among those frequency arrangement, we see that maybe the TDD configuration be the good choice because it has the flexibility to the administration when assigning the band, and also it could give the further flexibility and spectrum efficiency when compared with FDD. And we do not need the incumbent operator to issue the TDD spectrum when compared to SDL. So next slide, please. And the other band I would like to bring here is the 2.1. We have this band as core band for IMT 2000 or 3G. And in 2019, WRC 19 made a very excellent decision on the possible extension of this band into the bigger band. And we can say that this is the largest FDD band for IMT with 2 times of 90 MHz in order to deploy the 5G. And when we look at the coverage, we can see that it could bring a huge benefits for coverage in 2.1 GHz band when we compare with the 3.5. And from our side, we think that this the good opportunity to take a close study on this spectrum to make it available for 5G. So next slide, please. And as the other band is 2.6, most of countries are already granted this spectrum for FDD configuration, but for some late-coming country like Vietnam and also in this Asia Pacific region like Thailand or Indonesia or Myanmar, we not yet utilize this band. We can consider this band with TDD full band configuration to have the big amount of spectrum for 5G deployment, and we think that this is the one of the approach that we could consider for this band. And next one, please. And the last one will be the 4.9 GHz band. In WC 19, we already have very good conclusions that some countries in Asia Pacific region have the identification for IMT in this band, and we also have some countries in this region is exempted from the technical condition or technical constraint on utilize this band. And I think that this is a good band to substitute for C-band, and especially for countries not have enough spectrum in 3.3 to 3.8 or to 4.2 frequency band. And but recently we see some concern from the aviation industry that maybe the use of this 4.9 or the 3.3 to 4.2 GHz band for 5G could cause some interference to the aviation system. I mean the radio altimeter. But when we do some deeply research, we find that this not only the problem come from the IMT, it also come from the aviation, that the old radio altimeter system have not a good filter mask, so it receive everything and it will cause some trouble. And I would like to bring this to this conference to have some discussion and find a way to utilize this spectrum. So that's my very brief introduction. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think that was a very stimulating discussion, raised quite a number of interesting frequency bands there, and I'm sure it's given a lot of the audience some food for thought, as they say.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to our second regulatory presentation, this time coming over from Europe. So I'm very pleased to introduce Alexander Kern, who is Head of Spectrum with BNetzA. which is the German regulator. So, Alex, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Amit. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning from Europe. I'm very happy that I'm able to present today something to the Spectrum Management Conference for the Asia Pacific region. And I would love to be with you in Bangkok. And I hope that in the coming years, I have the pleasure to be at the conference again and have a personal discussion with you. Today, we would like to speak about the future of wider mid-band spectrum. My name is Alexander Kühn. I'm the head of section for national and international spectrum management at the German Regulatory Authority. So starting with the first page, please. Thank you. If you speak about mid-band, it's sometimes the very vague definition. What is mid-band? Do we discuss only 1 to 5 gigahertz? Do we discuss up to 10? I would say it's the thing between or above 1 gigahertz, because that's more coverage, the coverage area, and then we have the capacity area, which is purely a little bit more in the millimetric wave area, so 24 gigahertz and above. In that area, and if you see here then the different color shapes, I put together all the allocation already in the table. You see that this is a very interesting overall spectrum, and we need to take into account here various aspects. What we need to take into account is, of course, the risk of interference, and we heard this already by the previous discussion and presentation, that this is something very tricky with regards to different services, in particular for the aeronautical services, because safety of life is included in there. On the other side, you have a good balance between coverage and capacity in the band, and it's not a really surprise to us that the C-band spectrum is one of the core band spectrum for 5G, where you have to build together all the coverage aspects together with the huge capacity needs of 5G. So therefore, the bandwidth is an important factor, and that needs to be taken into account if we consider any of these spectrum later on for 5G deployment. You need to have the broad bandwidth as well in order to reach the capacity aspects. Of course, we have to see also the innovative aspect. So innovation is a key measure here as well. So could we bring together, and maybe that's for the next presentations as well, new aspects which limits the risk of interference, but provides also the possibilities of new applications. And overall, I would like to plea also to those who are thinking about mid-band spectrum, we need to have a good sharing environment overall in this mid-band spectrum. And therefore, it's not only that we have to discuss exclusive use of the spectrum, we have to provide here sharing opportunities on a national basis, but also on the international scene. I think the mid-band spectrum is also ones where we could make available bands which are complementary to maybe the core bands for IMT and 5G, 6G deployments, but where countries have to decide on their own if they have maybe some other usage in the band as well. And then coming to the next slide, please. If we have a look on the overall global spectrum demands from the different WLCs, you see that WLC 19 makes a difference here, that the demand was already very high, but we put together 11.25 gigahertz of spectrum on top in the millimeter wave area. But if you look at the used curve, which is the further down on the on there, then it's not so much spectrum which is currently in use. Of course, it is always growing further, but it provides already, due to the innovative approaches and the development in 5G that we have already made available, a lot of spectrum, and millimeter wave provides the capacity burst, I would say, and this is already pointed out by the graphic here. What we need to see as well is that there is an additional claim of maybe 2 gigahertz bandwidth in the range from 1 to 7 gigahertz until 2030. Is this really something which is a number for harmonized approach? Of course, it's always good to have a harmonized approach in terms of economies of scale, but do we really need this on a national basis? And I said it already, we need to find for each nation the right complementary IMT bands to be made available. I put here some examples from our understanding that in Europe, well, in 2.1 gigahertz, we may have additional 60 megahertz, which may be used. We have other usages already in the band compared to the Asia Pacific countries, but also providing broadband services in a mobile scale, in particular, maybe on trains and in other areas as well, in the aeronautical area, for example. in 2.3 gigahertz. We have, and that's a German position. We have, of course, 100 megahertz, which are under scrutiny. We have, but also a very interesting PMSE usage already in the band, which provides a lot of interesting content, which is then later provided by 5G. So maybe we have additional spectrum here, which may be usable as well if we find the right sharing environment. In Germany, up to now, I have to say it is not likely to be usable up to now because of also other national use in that particular band. In use, we have already the 2.6 gigahertz band, and that's the most prominent mid-band spectrum, which was already made available for a previous generation of mobile devices and could be made could be a good complementary use for 5G. Also in Europe, we are very excited about this band for further use. When we come then to maybe the upper C band, 3.8, 4.2, I left it out intentionally here, but it will take part in the discussion in any case. But due to the radio altimeter situation, we have to be very careful with this particular band. And from our understanding, we have also taken into account maybe the historic situation that we need to find a balance between space and terrestrial services. The balance was found above 3.8, that this is the refuge for space, for the space industry, so for satellite services, and therefore if we have then a complementary sharing environment which makes it available, or some channels available, that would be beneficial for everybody. In Europe, we are now trying to make some studies and working intensively in order to find this environment for the future, and it would be interesting to hear now also the APAC view on that particular band. In 4.4 to 5 gigahertz, yeah, we've seen that 600 megahertz are claimed. What we have on the upper part here also the radio altimeter situation, so we need to be careful here as well. That's maybe for the first 200 megahertz, which needs to be taken into account. But the other part is also intensively used, at least in Germany and in many European countries, by military services, and therefore it's very tricky to find here in an environment which is beneficial for both sides. So if we put all together, it's only that we found here maybe 900 megahertz out of the 2 gigahertz of claimed spectrum. And you see already that the demand is always above than the allocated and maybe available spectrum here. So maybe we can find some spectrum, but if it's really then the 2 gigahertz of spectrum below 7 gigahertz, I have my own doubts here. However, it's good that we always ask the questions if relocation or even reuse and refarm of the spectrum is always the right way forward. So my last slide for our provocative discussion today. Does each country have the same spectrum demand for mobile services? I said it already, from my understanding, that's not the case. So what are the core bands which we need to harmonize on a global scale, and what could be then the best way forward? Do we have a nationwide demand, or is it varying throughout? Maybe we have only a more demand in urban areas compared to rural areas, and in rural areas we have a more coverage aspect where we need to find bandwidth, and maybe L-band is here a good approach as well. So what's the right approach for all of us? Overall, I think we need to find the right balance again on all levels, and that's a very, very interesting and but also a very challenging situation. And what is the right environment for sharing in that content? I think there we need to find our ways forward throughout the whole environment, technologically, but also in the spectrum management. And maybe we have also other possible applications to provide national demands on a different purpose. 5G has already a broader scope, and I think if we think ahead on 6G, we will see that we need to work further in that direction as well, that we go back not to specific bands for specific mobile technologies, but go for a more technology neutral approach, which allows then a much more faster deployment of technology in the market and in our countries. So with this maybe inspiring first introductory remarks, I give the floor back to Amit, and thank you very much again for the invitation.
You made some very, very interesting points there, and it raised quite a number of questions, which I think will help to facilitate some of the discussions later. So thank you very much for that. Okay, we move on to our third speaker. This is Yeking Liu, who is VP of the 5G product line at Huawei. So over to you, Yeking.
Yes. Thanks, Amit, and the friend in the meeting room and online. This is Dui Qing speaking from Shanghai. So I would share some information from the vendor point of view. Midband supports 5G thrive over the long term. So go to the next page. So still, next page, please. So firstly, we, as usual, we want to share some progress of 5G development. It's quite quick. So currently, there are more than 200 network it is deployed, and 700 million 5G subscriber, and totally 2.1 million base station have already been deployed in Asia Pacific, in Middle East, and Europe, and America. And 85% of those spectrum which is issued, it is middle band. Next page, please. And all of the consult company, every year they increase the predictor of the contribution 5G will give it to the economy. Like GSMA report from this year, they think that by 2030, 5G will contribute 960 billion US dollar for the GDP. Here we also can see that 5G have already bring the good progress for our industry, include the 2C part, like the growth of ARPU and growth of data of usage. For the home connection part, so currently there are more than 3 million 5G FWA user. Mostly it is in the Middle East, and especially in 2B part, it is quite a good progress. Like in China, the MNO have already signed more than 3,500 2B project, and they got a 2.8 billion US dollar contract in last year, and a very quick growth. Next page, please. Currently, there are 70 countries have already allocated 5G spectrum in combination way to meet the requirement both in the coverage and the capacity. And here we also can gather some typical key point. It is almost all of the country allocated the middle band, like 3.5, 2.6, and so on. And mostly the allocate 8 to 100 megahertz continue bandwidth in very low cost, and bandwidth very reasonable obligation. And all of those supportive policy just help to 5G health development. And here I want to share some information of those middle band. Next page. So the 2.3, next page, please. 2.3 started from 4G time. Currently, there are 73 MNO in 49 countries have already used this 2.3. And we also can see that the 2.3 gigahertz is the default band of the LTE smartphone. And after 5G is coming, part of those countries announced the technically neutral in this spectrum, and some other country also allocated this band for the 5G technology, like Indonesia, like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia in GCC country. And we also can see that the smartphone which can 5G smartphone which can support a 2.3 also grow up very, very quickly. So currently almost 60% of the 5G smartphone have already can support the 2.3. And I think that in the following 1 or 2 years, it will be get to the level of 3.5. So the 2.3 is low and good coverage. It is a very variable spectrum. Next page, please. 2.6, which is allocated B7 plus B38 in Europe and B41 in US, Japan, and China. And started from CMCC, use this spectrum as a 5G primary band. So the ecosystem got the strongest support. So as we can see that currently the 2.6 ecosystem is very equal to the 3.5. And after 2019, more and more country allocated this spectrum as N41, like Asia Pacific, Thailand, like South Africa, and as we know that maybe Vietnam also on the planning. This spectrum will be very high efficiency to do the 5G network deployment. Next page. 4.9. So currently, China, Hong Kong, Japan have already be located by for the 5G technology, and there's another 7 country potentially will issue allocated this spectrum, like Philippines, Indonesia, Myanmar, and there's another 42 countries have the national identification in this band, allocated in Central Asia, Africa, and Latin America, South America. The same situation as 2.6, because of CMCC, China Mobile got 100 megahertz in this band. So the ecosystem supporting also very strong. Meanwhile, Huawei also launched our what we call the Mate AU, more powerful base station solution to support the 4.9 to make sure the coverage performance will be very close to 3.5. So this spectrum also are very potential spectrum for the future's development of 5G. Next page, please. And the 2.1, I want to see that once 2.1 is have the most quantity of physical site spectrum in the because of the 3G development, but now some of the countries started to consider that the network exit of 3G, so they started to doing the 2.1G modernization, included the antenna quantity increase and to support the 5G modernization. As I know that Germany have already doing this job, and currently there are 37 operator have already deployed the 5G in 2.1, and for ecosystem, the 2.1 also very close to, very similar to 3.2, 3.5. So this also a very mature spectrum. Next page, please. And the spectrum management always needed to think about the middle-term and the long-term service. So now it is time to think about 2025 or 2030. In the following 5-10 years, more and more need more spectrum to support the high, even higher speed experience and a higher data package and the 100 billion connection. Next page. So we think that needed to prepare more spectrum for the MNO. As some predicted that by 2030, some of the operator need more than 500 middle band spectrum for the development of 5G. So if there are 3 operators in one country, so like Jasmine said that we previous one, so we need 2 gigahertz in the middle band for the development. So the 6 gigahertz will be one of the few choice. So here I just present while we have already doing some field test for the 6 gigahertz solution. So this solution we have already doing the outdoor to outdoor and outdoor to indoor coverage testing. So the performance is very close to 3.5, even better in some of the scenario. So such a kind of set of solution will bring good performance for the high band in the middle band, like a 4.9, like a 6 gigahertz, to make the spectrum useful. Next page. So this is my presentation, my point. So 5G will develop very quickly, and all of the middle band spectrum, it is quite a mature ecosystem, and the 6 gigahertz will support the 5G long-term development. Thank you. Thank you. Go back to Amit.
Thank you very much. I think, again, you took us through quite a number of frequency bands there. So, again, very useful for the discussion and to stimulate thought. Okay, we go on to our fourth and final speaker of this session. It's Xiaoran Zhang from China Mobile. So the floor is yours. I hope you're there.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
I start, yes, I cannot see the screen.
Hello, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, but I cannot see the slides.
Oh, okay. We can't see you. It sounds like you can't see the slides. Maybe we go ahead without the video, or what should we do?
Hi, Ziram. Maybe if you could try just refreshing your browser and see if that sorts the issue out. Sometimes if you can refresh your browser, it will start working. So if we try that, if it doesn't work, maybe we can start moving ahead. Yeah, exactly. Let's try that first. Though.
Hello.
Oh, we can see you now. So
yeah, I just refreshed. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. Yep, we can see you now. So please go ahead with your presentation, and I think we should be able to put the slide.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Xiaoran Zhang from China Mobile, and today I'm going to introduce the status of some mid-band spectrum in China, which is 2.3, 2.6, and 4.9 TDD bands. Next slide, please. And in September 2020, China Mobile has already officially launched the 5G standalone network to scale up both the 2C and 2B services. And also now the 5G device users is over 210 million. And besides the customer market, we propel with all efforts to make a 5G converged on vertical industry development. And we have set up more than 4,000 projects and 200 5G applications and 18 sectors for the industry, for the vertical industry. And next slide, please. And 2.3, 2.6, and 4.9 gigahertz are the key 4G and 5G spectrum in China. Back to 2012, MIIT in China awards 70 megahertz spectrum for TD-LTE system in 2.3 gigahertz. And in 2018, MIIT awards 2.6 gigahertz with 160 megahertz spectrum and 4.9 gigahertz with 160 megahertz spectrum for 5G NR deployment. Next slide, please. And for the ecosystem of 2.3 gigahertz, all major vendors already support the 2.3 band and 2.3 band 40 TD-LTE base stations. And by the end of 2020, China Mobile has deployed 510,000 band 40 base stations. And all the UE devices in China are mandatory to support band 40. And for NR, 4 vendors already support the N40 base stations, and more vendors have planned to support it. And based on our statistics, over 200 types of devices supporting N40 by the end of 2021. So next slide, please. Since the spectrum in mid-band is very precious, so we are thinking that some innovative spectrum utilization schemes, including the spectrum extension and space extension, are the key development directions in the 2.3 gigahertz spectrum. For the spectrum extension, the key point is to explore the effective interference mitigation schemes to utilize the additional 30 megahertz guard band between the ISM and IMT system. And China Mobile collaborates with our vendors' plans to develop the 100 megahertz device and test the real performance impacted by the coexistence interference. And for the space extension, in China, the 2.3 is limited to indoor to avoid the interference to radio location service. But in 5G NR, the SUL technology to only have the uplink transmission is a promising technology to use the 2.3 gigahertz for outdoor. Next slide, please. And another important technology for 2.3 development is the spectrum sharing. Considering that 2.3 is currently served as 4G in China, in order to fully utilize the spectrum resource, spectrum sharing can use both LTE and NR network in a common frequency band, which is essential for operator to quickly offer 5G services. And also it can adjust the 5G NR bandwidth based on the service load at the initial stage of 5G development. Next one, please. And for the 2.6 gigahertz, just as Huawei present that the ecosystem is very good now. All the vendors already support both LTE and NR base stations in 41 in 2.6 gigahertz. And all the, based on our statistics, over 300 million UE devices in the market support the NR 2.6 gigahertz by the end of 2021. Next slide, please. And for 2.6 gigahertz is also a key component of the mid-band spectrum for 5G in China. Before the release of 2.6 gigahertz for 5G in China, MIIT led the interference coordination between the 5G system and other service at the adjacent frequency range. And 15 megahertz guard bands is reserved at each band edge, which provides additional 60 megahertz spectrum compared to LTE. And in LTE stage, the 2.6 gigahertz with 100 megahertz are shared by three operators, used by three operators. But in order to fully utilize 5G wideband feature and avoid the spectrum fragment, MIIT award all the 160 megahertz spectrum to China Mobile after the great coordination. So the successful experience of one-time releasing total 160 megahertz 5G spectrum in China is worth to be consulted. Next slide, please. For the 4.9 gigahertz, and all the vendors already support the 4.9 band and 79 base stations. And by the end of 2020, we have deployed 10,000 base stations on N79. And also based on our statistics, over 180 million UE devices are supporting by the end of 2021. And next slide, please. And for 4.9 gigahertz, it's very suitable for using different TDD configurations to meet the different to meet the different KPI for both 2B and 2C services. And one important thing is that the interference issue caused by different downlink and uplink configuration between the vertical industry and public network need to be carefully evaluated. So the next page, please. So basically, we believe that these three TDD bands can provide the best alternative for mobile broadband with mature ecosystem beyond C-band and 6 gigahertz. And we are also willing to cooperate with all the interested companies on the harmonizing the golden mid-band. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Leah. Again, thank you very much for the tour of the frequency bands and a very interesting and useful discussion. So we now come to the open discussion session, and I'll ask anybody here who would like in Bangkok who would like to raise a question, put your hand up, and online, if there are any, I've got one or two questions here that have come up online, but if there are any more questions that people in the audience virtually would like to ask, please submit those questions, and we'll look to get those answered to the extent that we have the time available for that. So maybe I could start with a question of my own, and it relates to something which, Alexander, you raised in your presentation, which is, does each country need to follow the same approach? And I thought that was particularly interesting. That, I think about the European way of doing things, which is very much that, we have these bands which are identified across Europe, and then the European Union works together to agree with those bands a particular date by which they'd be made available. And if you as a country do not make that spectrum available by that date, you get fined, or there's a process which could lead to a fine eventually. So essentially there's a legal requirement in essence to make that spectrum available. But in this region, it very much seems that, particularly listening today, it strikes me that every country is in a very different position. For example, the extent of satellite usage and so on, and the needs of the country as well, the fiberization of the country and so on. And so as a result of that, that kind of European approach of every single band has to be made available on this particular date doesn't seem to be right. It seems there is a lot more flexibility. There should be a lot more flexibility. But I guess at the same time, you want the economies of scale. So it seems to me that sort of almost what we have in Asia, in this region, is kind of a set of bands that have been identified as sort of harmonized bands. But it's a kind of like menu of bands, and you can, each country needs to choose which particular, to use a menu analogy, you have your different courses, your low frequency course, your mid frequency course, your high frequency course, and each country can choose, the one or two dishes from each course, if you like, that are appropriate for that country. And that seems to be the way it works here, rather than having this strict European, every country, each band. And I just wondered, is my reading fair? Does that seem like a reasonable, sensible thing for the region to do? And if so, how do we avoid the problem of some of the, there's always some menu options, if you like, again, going to the food analogy, which are not so popular. And how do we ensure that those less popular options do get enough economies of scale to actually be viable? Sorry, quite a long question. I just realized I didn't intend it to be that long, but who would like to start? Would anybody like to respond to that?
Yep. Very briefly, Amit, because you mentioned myself on that one. That is exactly my thought. Well, Europe is, of course, I would say fragmented. In the Asian Pacific region, you have much larger countries which have a better opportunity of border coordination than European countries have. Therefore, the question of harmonization in the European approach is nothing to be completely explored throughout the world on a global scale. That's clear. So that from that perspective, your observation is absolutely right. On the other side, with regards to the technological development, I was quite surprised already that I heard from the different vendor perspectives as well that we have indoor restrictions on some of the bands in order to find the suitable way forward. That goes beyond this kind of harmonization for maybe a one-stop approach as well, and already provides this idea, which I said as well, that we need to find the right sharing environment, how to bring all the different services together and make the best use out of the spectrum. So from that perspective, I'm completely with the understanding of the panel right now that there are more opportunities in certain bands when we have a really in-depth analysis what is possible and what is not possible in each country. So therefore, I completely agree with you. Europe may have to follow that route because of their national and country situation, but it's not that this is a way forward for APAC to say that you have to follow all the bands. It's like the menu you said. Is this really something which is available in my country and which I could make available in my country? And you see already that the technological development is moving towards a huge variety of possible bands. Of course, there should be at some point in time, and maybe that's the question to my colleagues, how do we make the cleanup if we have maybe only 4, 5, 6 countries in the world providing already services to a certain band or planning to provide a service to a certain band, and at what point in time we say that this is not the right way forward? Is this something for the cleanup for 6G, or is this something we need to further strive for? Thank you.
Interesting. And I do wonder if the cleanup kind of happens a little bit automatically, in the sense that, let's say you do get a band which only 2 or 3 smaller countries adopt, then perhaps the equipment ecosystem doesn't come and it kind of cleans itself up. I mean, obviously it depends on the scale of the countries. I mean, obviously, if China adopts a particular frequency band, there is going to be equipment. I mean, there's no question. But of course, if, I don't know, Singapore adopts a particular band, that's a completely different question of whether it will make it into the equipment ecosystem. Okay, so thank you for those. Anyone else like to come? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Amit, for your question. I think that absolutely the harmonization is very important for mobile to make the good ecosystem, and also to enable the roaming for customer. And that's why we from our side we bring here some particular band that still not utilized in this region. For example, the L band, and I think that the late coming from Asia Pacific region may be the good opportunity to consider the good option for this band. And from our perspective, we think that the L band, if we go with the TDD option, may be the good option for this reason. And the other band is 2.1. 2.1, as I mentioned before, that we have a chance to expand this band into bigger band with 2 times 90. And we see that for the last portion of this band, 2 times 30, only utilized in Europe for the air-to-ground system. But it's not so popular. Yeah. So I think that in this region, we should sit back and try to get harmonized on this portion. And the other band is 4.9. 4.9, as mentioned by China operator and also by Huawei, is very good opportunity for capacity band for 5G. And we also get a very good ecosystem for this band so far, and I think that each country has their own situation, and for 2.1 and also for 4.9, we can address the, for example, the border coordination by bilateral discussion or some other approach to get those spectrum into the network to bring the more capacity for subscriber. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else online? Would anybody, Yeking or Zioan, would you like to comment?
Okay, thanks, Amit. So for this question, to my personal understanding, it is different parties need to have their own responsibility from the regulator, from MNO, from vendor. So from vendor point of view, I think this is two things. So the first one is we need to provide a suitable solution for different kind of so many bands we needed to support, and even in one single band, for example, for 3.5. So actually, the 3.5 spectrum solution base station is different from Germany to Spain. So we need the custom design for Germany, for DT or for Orange Spain. So quite different. So we will manage the cost in vendor side. So this is the first thing. The second one, it is because of the middle band, it is very limited, and in the future development of cellular system, we need more and more spectrum. So we have to find such kind of a spectrum in the higher band. For example, 4.1. So I want to see. Well, 3 years ago, I cannot tell that we can make the 4.9 as a national continuous network in China. But today we can do it because we have a more powerful solution. high order massive MIMO and more new technology. For futures 6 gigahertz, also same situation. So from vendor point of view, we deal with this issue in this two way. Thank you, Amit.
Great, thank you. Ziran, do you want to make any points or on this particular?
Yes, thank you. In China, I think all the operators and the regulators, we are trying our best to get the harmonization and to avoid the fragmentation of the spectrum as much as possible. Just as I presented that in China, originally in 4G stage, in 2.6 gigahertz, the spectrum are allocated to 3 operators, and each of them has all either 20 or 40 megahertz spectrum. But in 5G stage, the regulator they consider that the one important feature for 5G is about the wideband. So we try a lot of efforts and also cooperate a lot to allocate 160 megahertz in total for one operator. And this is, I think, a very good experience for spectrum allocation. And also, as many people pointed out, like the mid-band spectrum is very precious. So that is why we are trying to find the innovative ways to utilize the spectrum in different ways. For example, the 2.3 gigahertz, we think the gap band between ISM band and the IMT band can be considered to be useful in some of the scenario. And based on our analysis, we think that at least 20 megahertz can be used. And also, we are thinking that from indoor to outdoor, to only use the uplink can also mitigate the interference. So we are all doing our best, like to find multiple ways to utilize the mid-band as much as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'd like to take some questions. Is anybody in the audience here have a question? Don't think I can see any hands. No. Okay, I'm going to move on to the online questions then. So we have a question from Dean Bubley, who asks, how much of the $960 billion GDP uplift from 5G is from indoor applications and use cases, especially on enterprise sites like factories? And I guess the implication of that is, doesn't that suggest that private 5G needs dedicated local spectrum? So I think the 960 billion, am I right? Did that come up in the Huawei presentation? Am I remembering rightly?
Yeah, I mentioned some progress in China market. So which is by the end of 2021, so China operator have already signed more than 3,500 what do we call it, the vertical contract, and got almost $2.8 billion revenue. So I think your question is about the private spectrum, right?
Yeah, I think the implication was that if a lot of that value is going to come from private use rather than the wider consumer use, then shouldn't we be prioritizing, all these debates we're having about more spectrum, shouldn't we be privatizing spectrum for private networks? So I suppose the first part of the question is, the 960 billion, is it all enterprise use, or a lot of it enterprise use, or is actually a lot of it coming from this consumer market, the EMBB, and so on, the ARPU uplift that you spoke about earlier?
So about the vertical, about the 2B business, so I also aware that in some of the countries, they have already allocated the private spectrum, especially to the enterprise use. But currently, based on our experience in the global market, we found that the biggest achievement in this part, it is still come from the what do we call the public network to serve for such kind of enterprise application. Like in China Mobile doing a lot of such kind of project through their public network. So currently, I still think that the public spectrum it is much valuable. But in the following years, we for the private usage, so that means we need some new solution for such kind of enterprise usage, new solution for base station, everything, and a new business model. So it will take time, I think. Anyway, so currently the mainstream of the such kind of service is from the public network still.
Okay, maybe Alexander, could I bring you in on this point, because you know Germany has infamously made a big block of spectrum available for these private uses. So obviously you're a strong believer in the benefits of that. Maybe you can comment on what was behind BNetzA's decision and how you do see the relative importance of spectrum for private 5G networks versus public networks moving forward.
Well, the idea was easy in on 3.5. We tried to find a way how to prioritize the usage of 3.4, 3.8 with a priority for terrestrial mobile, and 3.8, 4.2 with a priority for satellite. And therefore, into avoiding any further guard bands and particular gaps in the spectrum, we thought that it may be beneficial to ask, firstly, if there is any idea to use 5G in the deployment as well for, we call it campus solutions, so for more private networking. And that leads to the decision that we made available 100 megahertz of spectrum for 3.7, 3.8 for these kind of campus solutions. That doesn't exclude the use by the mobile operators. I made this clear also in some of my presentations at previous spectrum management conferences. But it allows that we have some kind of, here also as well, priority for private networks. And it, from our understanding, it made it already a good way forward in the deployment of 5G technology and the experience of the technology in the field, and therefore the availability of Technik also in the field in Germany. We see that many companies, private operators makes use of those campus solutions today, and they believe also that they would like to extend their usage to a certain degree in order to provide a much better service to their own customers, I would say their internal customers. On the other side, we see still a demand also of the mobile operators, because the vendors here at the panel are definitely right. We need to have further spectrum available to be made available also for the purpose of 5G deployment and particular new applications. There is a growing demand, and I made it clear in my introductory remarks. The question is, do we need to do it in the mid-band, or are there already millimetric wave bands available to fill the gap in that direction? That could be a tricky point in time to ask the question, how do we see the overall technological development in that regard? Because the networks are getting denser and denser, even down to 2 gigahertz, and in order to keep the capacity with the customers and the development there. So therefore, when do we reach the crucial point that millimetric wave may be the more beneficial capacity network in that process? And with that millimetric wave, we tried also to make available here a mixture between public and private networks. So 26 gigahertz is made available also for both, as we believe that there could be also a merit in the deployment of networks in that frequency range. So there we see that the deployment could be some kind of competition on the infrastructure side. On the other side, and now I'm closing my maybe long remark on that one. We've seen here in China then the 2.6 gigahertz decision, that we have one operator which provides then a huge capacity link maybe to other customers, and makes then use of 5G network slicing. Would be interesting to hear from Jeoran if that's the case from China Mobile in that direction, and if this is for the panel also a way forward in the future in order not to share spectrum, but maybe share capacity in mid-band and make therefore a better approach. We tried to, or provided as BNetzA something in the UHF band already in one of our consultations, but the market was not willing to accept such solution at this stage. But maybe that's something for the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ziran, do you want to just respond to the point about sort of the network slicing side and
Yes.
experiences with China Mobile?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. For the 2.6 gigahertz, China Mobile got 160 megahertz in total. But currently, we have 100 megahertz for 5G deployment and 60 megahertz for LTE for 4G deployment. And for the slicing to provide the service to industry, to vertical industry, yes, we are like exploring the techniques or the services on that direction. And for some of the services, we believe that 2.6 gigahertz can provide the good service for the private network, not only for the public network. But there are different KPIs for different industry services. For example, for some like services, they require like very high uplink throughput. For such kind of application, then the 2.6 gigahertz TDD bands with like a heavy downlink is not suitable anymore. So that is why I just presented that we are also thinking that 4.9 gigahertz can be the complementary spectrum also for the private network and to meet the KPI from the different vertical industry applications. For example, for some like radio or XR services, you need like very high uplink or very short latency. Then you may have like high uplink TDD configuration or very low latency TDD configuration for 4.9 gigahertz. So these are like more suitable to meet the private network. Then from the mobile operator perspective, we believe that using the mobile network can also meet the different KPI from the vertical industry. And as you know, in China, we haven't like officially allocate any private like any dedicated spectrum for private network. And for private network, we are thinking that probably a millimeter wave can be one approach, since it does not require like a contiguous coverage or like very good mobility, yeah, like the mobility like the mobile network. So this could be one approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn to a slightly different topic. And in your presentation, you mentioned the 1500 megahertz band, which is, I think, is very interesting. Europe actually made sort of this harmonized part of the range for 1452 to 1492 megahertz for supplementary SDL, supplementary downlinks. And it was awarded in some countries, but not all European countries. And actually, the actual adoption, even in the countries where it's been awarded, some of the countries, some operators have used it, and other operators have not used it. It seems to be not a very popular band, despite everybody talking about the shortage of spectrum and the shortage of low-frequency spectrum. Yet this band has not been adopted, and to be honest, it's a mystery to me why it's not been so adopted. I mean, do you have any idea? Is it because of the SDL configuration, or do you know why it hasn't been so adopted? And maybe I could also ask Huawei, who obviously talk to a lot of operators, if they have any perspectives on this. But I'll start with you.
Yes, thank you, Amit, for raising this issue. Yes, from our regulator side, we also don't understand why this very good spectrum cannot be used so far. And maybe I think that, as we mentioned before, that each country has their own position. So maybe in this Asia Pacific region, some country, for example, some big countries, they have the other option for use of this band. For example, in some countries, I use this band for satellite and maybe some military or something like this. Yes, and the other key point is the ecosystem in this band is still very low. Still very low. And by the way, I as the same position with Alexander as a regulator, we find that the same approach as Germany do for the spectrum for the private 5G. When we design the spectrum for public 5G, we reserve some spectrum for the cut band between the 5G and the very important system like aeronautical. And we will consider to use this cut band for private. Yeah, for private system. And furthermore, for the aviation, that was mentioned by Alexander, that it may receive some interference from 5G. I would like to provide some further information on this. That so far, we have some report from or some study from both sides, IMT side and aviation side, and we may come to the maybe the preliminary conclusion that is due to the design of the radio altimeter equipment. This kind of equipment was previously developed in 70 or 80 of last century, and the filter is not a good design.
No.
So that such a radio altimeter will receive everything. Now we have the 5G come to this band and operate with a very high power output, so it will cause the trouble for altimeter. And we also received some information from ICAO that they will now try their best to redesign their system to make the suitable filter. And I think that this is a very good information from ICAO. And I would like to propose that the telecommunication or spectrum authority and the aviation authority should sit together and find a way to protect the airplane, but not obstruct the deployment of 5G. So that's my
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
agreed. Yeah. And it's interesting as well as considering it for the spectrum on the lower frequency side of the altimeter. Also, your point about the mask on the upper frequencies as well, solving the problem in one go.
Yes.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Great. Yeking, do you want to talk about a little bit about the 1500 megahertz band? And,
yes. So actually, as we know that Europe have already allocated this band. Okay. So several years ago, actually, we also have doing a little bit field testing in Europe with our commercial solution. So in base station system side, it is no problem. So, but the problem, I think the bottleneck is just like it's long said that it's the ecosystem. So currently, I want to say that this 1500 spectrum it is still very low penetration of the to support the 5G. For example, and another situation in China, we mostly we use it as a government usage. So that's why the ecosystem still a bottleneck. So we could work together to promote it to get it forward.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we're coming close to the end, and I've got two final questions that have come in online, which I'd like to raise. So the first one is, Agenda Item 1.2 of WRC 23 will explore the 10 to 10.5 gigahertz band for IMT in Region 2. Is this also an option for Region 3? And this question comes from Richard Womersley from LS Telcom. And then the second question I have is slightly not directly related to this specific session, but it's a sort of more general question, I think, which is, how do we see Starlink in Region 3? And this is from Robert Abil. He doesn't say which organization he's from. So both of those questions or either of those questions, would somebody be willing to comment on one or both of those questions, just to wrap us up? Any thoughts on 10? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Duiqing.
Yeah, please, Yeking.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I can answer a little bit about this. It's a 10 to 10.5 gigahertz. So this spectrum, it is as I know, this is one candidate middle band, where we still also call it middle band spectrum as a sixth generation. The sixth generation spectrum. So I think in WRC 23, it also will be like a new AI item to do the analysis. But still, as I know that there's some output power, transmission power limitation in this spectrum. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Is it suitable for the national coverage spectrum in 6th generation? So this is one big issue.
Okay, that's good to know. And does anybody want to comment on the Starlink point at all? How they see the prospects for Starlink in Region 3? It's quite a general question, I realise. No? Okay, I'm afraid that will remain unanswered then. Okay, well, I think we've come to the end of the session, and just want to say thank you very much to all the panel members there, and particularly your introductory speeches. I think we covered a lot of frequency bands and has given the whole conference and all regulators and industry a lot of options, the menu of choice to think about. So thank you very much for all of you for taking the time for that, and thank you very much for the questions we had online as well. And back over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks again for expertly as ever moderating that session, as I said last time. So really do appreciate that. So thank you. So another fascinating session, and I think that concludes our whistle-stop tour of the mid-band frequencies that we've had this afternoon. So it's been good to go into a little more depth on a lot of those. So yeah, really appreciate that, and thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to everyone here and to everyone watching online for your contributions as well. So that wraps things up for today. But for everybody here in person in Bangkok, we'd like to invite all of you now to join us for a networking drinks reception that's going to be taking place immediately outside the room. So we hope you're all able to stay and join us for that. A reminder just before we wrap up that all of the recordings from today's sessions, for anyone who hasn't been able to follow any of those sessions, they are all available to download along with the presentations that were made by all the speakers today. So there'll be an email being sent to you shortly with your link for how to download that. Again, for those of you in your room, you can use the QR codes that are on the sheet that you have been provided to do that. And there's also a link for everyone online in the reception area there. So we're back again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So it's slightly earlier than we'd initially planned. So it's 9 o'clock sharp. We'll be starting again tomorrow. And we've got sessions that are going to be looking at aspects such as licensing. We've got a few case studies on licensing. We're going to be moving on from the mid-band and looking higher and lower at the millimeter wave frequencies and look at UHF frequency band as well. And we're also going to be looking a bit beyond 5G and starting the journey towards 6G. So all of that to come tomorrow. So thanks so much, everybody. As I said, look forward to hopefully having a drink with a few of you here in the room outside immediately following the end of the session today. For everyone else, have a lovely evening. Enjoy the rest of the day. And we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks very much, everyone.